of steel, and risk-takers who transformed the frontier into a world of opulence and grace. These were among the earliest of California's dream seekers. They came from every corner of the world, each with a special dream. They built mighty cities from mission outposts, tiny forts and primitive pueblos, brought forth a boisterous new state, coaxed riches from the fruitful earth, and made legendary fortunes.
50% spring fever savings and June 1st. So see your Northern California Toyota dealer today and get them while they're hot.
Sit down with me after the game for playoff highlights.
The Eastern Conference Finals. With such high stakes, every shot, every emotion, every tick of the clock becomes magnified. In this decade, two men have faced the postseason pressure and made big playoff shots more often than anyone else. Reggie Miller and Michael Jordan. This series has offered further evidence. Jordan's Bulls led on Monday 2-1, and they led Game 4 by 1 point with less than 3 seconds left. The key. Less than a second is almost no time at all. But for Michael Jordan, it can be enough time. From Michael at the buzzer. With that near miss, the tension is turned up another notch as the Bulls and Pacers are down to a best-of-3. The Bulls are at risk, but now the Bulls are at home. Game 5 next.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1998 NBA playoffs. Tonight, it's the Indiana Pacers versus the Chicago Bulls.
The United Center in Chicago, where over the last 2 years, the Bulls are 27-2 in the playoffs. Welcome to Game 5, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. If it wasn't clear before, it ought to be clear by now. The Indiana Pacers are here as foes, not foils. They're not interested in winning a couple of games or in merely making the Chicago Bulls sweat for it. They think they can be here to eliminate the Chicago Bulls and eventually replace them as the Utah Jazz opponent in the finals. If anybody doubted that prior to tonight, that doubt is long gone. This is a real series, a real challenge. Everyone, including Michael Jordan, knows it.
I'm nervous. I think if you're not nervous, then you shouldn't be here. It's a sense of nervousness because we're starting to venture down an alley that we hadn't seen in a long time, and I think nervousness brings excitement. These are the games that, Coach Smith used to tell me about. These are the fun games, when the anticipation is so high and the expectation is to go out and play a hard game and, let whoever put the hardest work on the basketball court decide to win. And who's going to win? And, it's no different. Nobody said that the Chicago Bulls are immune to this. I think this is a gut check for us, and, I kind of like it.
We're joined now by Isaiah Thomas and Doug Collins. Doug, Michael says he likes it like that.
Well, Bob, what has happened is the Indiana Pacers, with their 2 electrifying wins, have placed a seed of doubt in the minds of the Chicago Bulls. And whenever that has occurred in the past, the greatness of Michael Jordan has always shown through. In games 1 and 2, he was fabulous. 36 points a game, 38% of his team's offense, 12.5 points in the fourth quarter. At Market Square, 29% of his team's points, only 7 points in the fourth quarter. Bob, is this a trend? Are the Pacers wearing the Bulls down with their depth, or now that they're home once again, will we see another monster game from Michael Jordan?
Well, Doug, there's little question. The Pacers have one of the deepest teams in the league. Certainly their bench is deeper than Chicago's. But, Zeke, that depth is compromised a bit tonight because of the absence of a key reserve, Jalen Rose, who was so important in both of their victories, in this series. Late in the game, when Harper and Miller got into it in front of the Chicago bench, Jalen Rose was off the Indiana bench. The Pacers contended he was merely on his way to check into the game, and in any case, came nowhere near the fracas and thus should not have been suspended. But the NBA chose to interpret the rule literally. He has to sit one game. That game is tonight. They're without a key reserve.
Now, Bob, they will miss Jalen Rose. However, the Indiana Pacers will turn again to Reggie Miller, who has been their clutch performer. You see, he got off to a slow start in the last 5 minutes of the game. In games 1 and 2, he only scored 5 points. But in games 3 and 4, back at Market Square Arena, he scored 18 points. And more importantly, he didn't miss one shot. Now, can Rick Smith, their all-star center, get him in a position again tonight for Reggie Miller to come in and be the closer?
Zeke, here's something else everyone seems to be talking about. Not just the conclusion of Monday's Game 4, but the reaction of Larry Bird. First, everyone's seen it before. Reggie comes off the screen, he bumps Michael, and his signature, he sinks the game-winning shot. Everyone else goes berserk, but look at Larry Bird. From his demeanor, he might as well be looking at a test pattern. But Bird has put it this way, yeah, I'm emotional inside, but outwardly, I'm affecting a different demeanor because my team is taking its cues from me. And apparently, Doug, he wants them to believe that a victory here or there is just fine. But it's the series that they want to win, and then they can celebrate. You, on the other hand, Doug, were a very emotional coach. I don't think you could have contained yourself that way.
Bob, I think it's important to be consistent for your team. That's what they're looking for, and this is what Larry Bird has been all season long, regardless of the magnitude of the game.
Doug, the face that you see on Larry Bird is the face of a stone-cold competitor, the person that Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, and I feared the most.
The stage is set for Game 5. It should be a good one. It's a few minutes away. After this commercial break, we'll go to Hannah Storm and company at the Showtime studio in New York, and then we'll come back to Chicago for Game 5.
Here in America, home means different things to different people. But we're pretty much agreed on what it means to own a home. It has something to do with stronger communities, safer streets, better schools, and the hopes and dreams that America was built on. So whatever home means, one thing's certain, it's a lot more than just 4 walls and a roof. For a free guide that can help you on the path to home ownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation.
Let me tell you about the Stetson man. Once was a legend of the American land. No matter if he's a city boy, deep in his soul, he's a born cowboy. He's a Stetson man.
Ouch. You stop brushing with Sensodyne every day. Your dentist said Sensodyne every day helps take pain away.
You know, sometimes I feel like I married a dentist.
Sensodyne every day. Now for whiter teeth, use new Sensodyne Extra Whitening every day.
Hi, everybody. Hannah Storm, along with John Sally, Peter Vesey, and Matt Kukas. And we will send you back out to Chicago for the tip-off in just a few minutes. But first, Matt, what sort of adjustments do the Bulls need to make tonight after losing games 3 and 4 in Indiana?
Well, Hannah, for starters, Luke Longley and company have to do a better job on Rick Smith. He scored 26 in Game 4. And for finishers, Chicago needs some kind of stoppage on Travis Best, especially in the fourth quarter. Now, this is rare. Miscommunication between Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan in transition defense. Pippen wants to run to his own man instead of picking up the player with the ball. This mistake gives Best a clean look at a 3 right in the middle of the Pacer fourth quarter rally on Monday. And ever since his return from baseball, Michael Jordan has had trouble with small, quick penetrators. Got to take away the middle and force Best to the baseline to cut down on his option, which Michael does, but no help from Longley. Now, Travis Best's efficiency in the 2 Indiana wins has caused major matchup problems for Chicago. And one more thing, I look for the Bulls defense to be much more furious like it was in the first 2 games of this series when Chicago forced a total of 46 turnovers.
John, what sort of tone do the Bulls need to set tonight?
The Bulls have to come in and say, look, no confidence for these guys. We have to blow them out of the United Center tonight. If they don't, these guys are going to hang around. That's what coaches always say, and they might slip away with a win. But they have to come in with that attitude. We're the defending champions. We're in the United Center, and you can't play with us.
All right, and a Bulls note for you. Tony Kukoc will begin the night at power forward. He will start for the 4th time in 5 games in this series. That means that Dennis Rodman will come off the bench once again. And once again, like he was in games 1 and 2 at Chicago, Rodman, late arriving to the United Center, arrived just 1 hour and 8 minutes before tip-off. Meanwhile, Peter, you felt that not enough was made of Tony Kukoc's big play in Game 4.
That's right, Hannah. Most people thought that the torch was passed from Jordan to Kobe Bryant during the All-Star break, during the All-Star game. But I saw it happen late in Monday's game when both Pippen and Jordan deferred to Kukoc. First, Pippen gave up the ball to Kukoc, and he delivered a two-point shot that gave the Bulls a one-point lead. Then Jordan had an open look, instead hits Kukoc in the corner. Again, this time he hits a three-point shot and gives them a one-point lead. It's just the way Jerry Krause designed it. I mean, it's never too early to start selling those season suites for next season.
Thinking about the future in Chicago, and that's exactly what the Utah Jazz are doing, looking towards the future as the finals begin a week from tonight in Salt Lake City. The Jazz awaiting the winner of this series. By Game 1 of the finals, Utah will have had 9 days off between games. Earlier today, Jazz coach Jerry Sloan talked about the layoff.
You take 2 or 3 days off, and you see it's very difficult to keep your body in the kind of condition you like. There are some guys that can and some people that can't, and that's where it's going to hurt you. The guys that can't are the ones that help you win, and if they lose it, we don't have a chance to win.
A long layoff can work both ways. One recalls back in 1989, the Los Angeles Lakers had a full 8 days off before meeting the Detroit Pistons in the finals, and they were swept that year, Peter.
Well, in this case, as individuals, you're going to benefit. Jeff Hornacek needs time to heal. As a team, the Jazz are going to suffer. They had momentum and camaraderie and competitiveness and everything else going for them in that last series. That's all gone now. But Jerry Sloan has to be careful. He has to remember back to 1989 when Pat Riley took his team to Santa Barbara. They called it a boot camp. He pushed them hard for 7 days. And on the last day, Byron Scott pulled his hamstring. And then in Game 2 of the finals, Magic Johnson pulled his hamstring. And that was it for the Lakers.
Plus, the Pistons were better, and we were going to win anyway.
As I said, it really didn't matter what happened. It doesn't matter what happens here.
I love you, man.
Back to the Bulls and the Pacers. The final 2 shots of Monday's Game 4 provided plenty of drama. We've heard Bob Costas' call. Here's what it sounded like on the Indiana Pacers radio network.
Pippen challenging. He's going to have to get it in. He's having trouble. Gets it to Reggie for 3.
He looked. He lost to Jordan. He got it off. It rimmed out. It rimmed out. It rimmed out. It rimmed out. Unbelievable.
Such objectivity from Mark Boyle and former Pacer head coach Slick Leonard. They had the calls in Indianapolis. What sort of drama awaits us in Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals? The Pacers and Bulls are getting set for the tip-off. The NBA playoffs on NBC continue after these messages.
We're so glad you're coming, dear. She's on her way.
And Grandpa can't wait to see you.
The 1998 Mitsubishi Eclipse.
Here she comes.
It's uncommonly fast and fun to drive. And it makes quite an entrance.
Grandma! Grandpa! I'm here!
Now get 0.9% APR financing for 48 months on any new 98 Eclipse.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that a Miller time can be anything you want as long as it feels good. by the full line of vehicles from Mitsubishi, built for living. And by IBM, solutions for a small planet.
As we return to Chicago, the lineups for tonight's Game 5. And if the Indiana Pacers are confident they have reason to be, between the regular season and the playoffs, they have faced the Chicago Bulls 8 times. Each team has won 4. Almost every game has been close. In fact, through those 8 games, Chicago has scored exactly 2 more points than the Pacers. Larry Bird, 3-time MVP, 3-time champion with the Celtics, first-year head coach, and the NBA's Coach of the Year. Chicago's starting lineup includes Ron Harper, who was not suspended, but rather fined $3,500 for his part in the fracas toward the end of Game 4. Kukoc has started 4 of the 5 games, as Hannah Storm pointed out, so he might have been the starter anyway, even if Phil Jackson is upset with Dennis Rodman for arriving even later than is his wont prior to Game 5. Who knows what Dennis is thinking? Let's find out what Ahmad Rashad is thinking.
All right, thanks, Bob. You heard Michael Jordan say earlier that he was nervous. It was a very serious Chicago Bull locker room, and the reason for that was Michael said in the playoffs, it's all about intensity and pressure, and they'll find out tonight whether this team can handle that. There was a bit of levity, though. Ron Harper was walking around with a cup that had $3,500 on it, which he was fined the other day, saying, "Can you help a brother out?" At last count, it was empty. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, I spoke to Reggie Miller before the game about his ankle. He said it's very sore. He didn't practice at all yesterday. He took treatment for 2 hours today before the game. He said, "I really don't belong out there tonight. However, it's the playoffs, and I really have no other choice. If this were a regular season game, I would not be playing, but I've just got to go with what I got." As for Larry Bird, today he called and apologized to Jalen Rose. Told him he was very sorry, that had he been paying attention, Bird, he never would have let Rose run out there on the court. Bob?
Jim, thank you. And take a look at that note. It has been almost 8 years since the Chicago Bulls, with Michael Jordan in the lineup, have lost 3 straight games.
Bob, what will the mindset be of Michael Jordan early? Will he look to have a dominant offensive first quarter?
It's Pippen who looks to go to the basket, and a whistle blows immediately. Chris Mullin took a shot on top of the head in that exchange. And it's drawn blood. So Mullin has to go out, at least for a while. He's got Reggie Miller hobbling, and he's without Jalen Rose.
Well, you see Scottie Pippen coming down, and as he extends, I think Rick Smith comes back, and he actually elbows Chris Mullin on top of the head the same way he did the other night.
So Smith's got Jordan in Game 4. He gets his teammate right here at the outset of Game 5. The man is dangerous.
Now, Bird told me at the start of the game that he liked having Derek McKee come off the bench right now instead of Jalen Rose because he likes McKee's experience, and he also believes that McKee is a better basketball player and defender in this situation.
Game 5 begins as Game 4 ended with Scottie Pippen missing a free throw. He is now 14 for 29, less than 50% in this series at the free throw line.
Well, it's the one consistent thing in basketball, Bob. It's 15 feet, and the basket is 10 feet high, but it's also the thing you feel the most pressure on because you're there by yourself, and it becomes a very mental thing.
1 of 2. Dale Davis. And a whistle from Bennett Salvatore away from the ball. Salvatore working with Bob Delaney and Steve Javy. Here's Jim Gray.
All right, Bob. Well, Chris Mullin is on the bench being attended to by the Indiana trainers. He has about an 1.5 inch gash on the top of his head. They're trying to stop the bleeding. When they stop the bleeding, he'll return. Bob?
After the foul on Scottie Pippen, the Pacers put it back in play. Dale Davis takes the high percentage shot, the dunk, off the feed from Mark Jackson. Pippen pulls up and fires a 3, and that's way off. But Chicago retains it. Miller is on Michael, who backs him down and hits off the glass.
Well, that was very easy that time. Reggie Miller was not able to hold his ground at all, and Michael really just dribbled him under the basket. No help at all.
It's difficult for him to hold his ground, Doug, because he doesn't have the strength in those legs and with that sore ankle.
Jackson to Smits. On the drive, rejected by Kukoc. But eventually it falls home, plus a foul.
Michael with the isolation. He surveys the floor, no help at all, and you see how easy, no resistance at all. Rick Smith's low getting over there, and Michael with the easy layup. You do not want to let Michael get those kind of shots early in the game. That opens up his jump shot.
And Doug, what I noticed when he was backing Reggie Miller down, that left ankle kept buckling on Reggie Miller.
Jackson can't complete the three-point play. The foul was on the foul-prone Luke Longley, his first. Pacers lead it 4-3. Michael into the lane, and he scoops it up and in for his second basket. At the other end, Jim Gray reports that it will require 3 stitches to close the wound on Chris Mullin's head.
When Michael Jordan is thinking offense in the first quarter, he always goes to the post.
Michael into the passing lane for the steal, but it happens just as an offensive foul is called on the Pacers, so the Bulls get it either way.
Michael once again on that low block, the up and under. He splits Rick Smith. 2 easy layups for Michael Jordan. Then the moving pick on Rick Smith. And we see the big numbers of Michael Jordan after big losses.
Foul was on Miller, his first. Kukoc's pass is swatted out of bounds. Still Bulls ball. 10 on the 24.
I know Larry Bird doesn't like to double team, but with Michael Jordan in the post being guarded by Miller, he's going to have to come back and give him some help.
Out of bounds to Indiana. Miller into Jackson, who has to walk a tightrope along the sideline. And a technical foul apparently has been called on Scottie Pippen, who was jawing at Bennett Salvatore.
That's pretty interesting because Scottie's not a guy who gets a lot of technical fouls. See the edginess in both of these teams right now, understanding the importance of this game. Whoever wins takes the series lead at 3-2.
Doug, this is a tough-minded Indiana team. You know, they remind me of the team of the 80s. You look at Scottie right here, and he's yakking at Bennett Salvatore, and Bennett said, I'm going to take control of this game early.
Miller failed to convert on the technical. With Mullin out, he's their best free throw shooter, but not that time. Longley trying to contend with Smits. And an illegal defense warning against Chicago, their first.
The point that I was going to make, Doug, about the Pacers is that they have the 80s mentality. When you look at Utah and the Indiana Pacers, both these teams are veteran teams that played in the 80s, and they're challenging Chicago right now emotionally as well as mentally.
Harper up on Reggie. Behind a screen, he fires and hits a 3 for Reggie Miller. Michael at the other end. You know he wants to answer. He spins, he fires, but doesn't have the answer this time. Harper clears it, gives them a new 24. And Michael will try again, and this time it's the result he wants.
He's gone to the same spot on the floor 3 times in a row and scored on all 3 possessions.
Well, Larry Bird told me before the game, he said, no, Michael was going to get his, but they want to concentrate on Scottie Pippen. They want to keep Scottie Pippen around to about 14 points and not let him get about 20.
McKee is doubled, and he finds Jackson for 3. Mark Jackson gives the Pacers a 10-7 lead.
So the importance of that is that Scottie Pippen is always the help man defensively for the Chicago Bulls. If Mark Jackson can hit that, then on the closeouts, he'll be able to get dribble penetration.
Kukoc ties it. Kukoc, who hit so many important baskets in Game 4. It wasn't his fault that the Bulls lost the game. Smith returns it to Jackson. Then screens for it. Gets it back and misses the 20-footer long. Pippen into the lane. Left hands it home. Jackson spins floater. Front rim, and it comes off to Scottie Pippen. Harper. Now Longley with the hook. It won't stay down for him. Loose ball. Longley dives for it and retains possession. Jordan for three. Kukoc wins the race to the loose ball, but can't hit the reverse. 3 tries, and the Bulls come up empty.
Now, games 1 and 2, the Bulls came up with all the loose balls at home. We see that same trend here tonight.
McKee from Smiths. Short. Rebound Jordan. Accelerating by McKee. And there's a whistle. The foul is on McKee. It's his first. It stops the clock with 6:46 to go in the first quarter.
Michael Jordan on that low block once again. He has 3 for 3 from that position tonight. And then Scottie Pippen in transition. Derek McKee tries to stay with him, but you see Rick Smith screens his own man, and Scottie with the left-hand layup.
You can rationalize it all you want, but eventually you're gonna get caught.
There's a tan minivan in the parking lot with its lights on. Whoever owns the tan minivan, your lights are on.
Okay, you're busted. Time to head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a rugged new 98 Montero Sport. Right now with just 0.9% APR financing for 48 months. Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
Milwaukee's best.
Don't let a flat tire put you up against the wall. Even with no air pressure, Goodyear AquaSteel Run Flat drives up to 50 miles to safety. New AquaSteel Run Flat.
Goodyear, Goodyear.
38 shots, 2 passes, 2. Man, you ain't even letting the ground touch the ball.
There's only one set of prints on this ball. Your son.
No, I pass. Sometimes.
Hey, pass the ball, dog. Come on, pass me the ball. Pass the ball, dog.
Jimmy, do it. The man says pass the ball.
I'm waiting. GP, I think I got something.
It's never easy busting a kid who hasn't learned that passing is fun. You just hope it turns him around.
Now, Michael Jordan has come out in his first quarter with the mentality of scoring. And Doug told us whenever he has that mentality, he wants to go inside. Took Reggie Miller down there inside, went right one time, came back left, gave him the up and under, and then he went back the other way. You see, he keeps Reggie Miller off balance, not giving him the same look twice, and you see all the shots that he's taken thus far have come in the paint.
Yeah, Isaiah, what happens is when you score in the paint, it opens up the perimeter. And in the 9 wins and the 3 losses, you see Michael's been into the paint on an average of 6 baskets on 10 attempts. So tonight he's established in there, and then he'll step out, and the jump shot will come to him much freer.
You know, right now, I think the pressure's on Chicago in Game 5. Anytime you come home in a Game 5 situation, the pressure's on you to win at home.
Pippen gets his own rebound. Michael wants a 3. Michael has a 3.
Bob, that's what I'm talking about. You let a guy, a scorer, get off with easy layup, and his game just expands. 5 offensive rebounds already in the first quarter for the Pacers.
Harper broke it up. Pacer ball from the side. They trail it now, 15-10. And a whistle from Bennett Salvatore away from the ball. An offensive foul on the Pacers, so they give it right back.
That should be 5 offensive rebounds for the Bulls, not the Pacers. It's against the Pacers, but Michael Jordan stepped right into the shot. Great rhythm. 2 offensive fouls already in the first quarter against Indiana.
Pippen to the glass. And it's 17-10. Scotty has 5. Miller, a little bit of room. Usually that's all he needs. That time he overshot it. Jordan skies for the rebound. Kukoc drives on Davis. Pippen into the lane and hits the floater.
See, what's happening here right now, Doug, is Chicago's superior speed is taking control of this game. Indiana has got to slow this game down and go inside the Smiths. They can't afford to shoot long jump shots right now.
Smith is having a very difficult time. Longley's doing a great job. Look where he's posted here. Got him way off the block.
Jackson trying to end the Chicago run, but can't. Longley chases it down. Here comes Chicago on a 12-0 streak. They were trailing 10-7. They lead now 19-10. Michael dumps it off for Longley. And the Pacers come away with it. Miller to Smits for the jumper. Somebody got a piece of it. And Chicago comes away with the ball.
See, I thought McKee should have took that layup. They're so conscious of Reggie Miller and getting him the ball. But McKee passed up a wide-open layup. He should have took that shot.
Kukoc, short. Rebound to McKee.
Now the pace of this game, can Chicago keep this up even at home for 48 minutes? In the second half in Indiana, they started to falter a little bit.
Smits. Longley made him work for it, and Smits now has missed his first 4 field goal attempts. Look at the battle for the loose ball. It's going to go to Chicago as they call a timeout. They ask for a 20, and they'll have possession after it.
Game of speed for Chicago right now. Now you watch this coming in full speed. Watch this Pippen just blow off the screen because he doesn't want to take the hit. When you're playing against a strong physical team such as Indiana, you want to use your speed and your quickness to make them move because once they put a body on you, Doug, then they slow you down. And you look at Pippen's numbers throughout the course of this series, and as Larry Bird said, if they can hold him under 14 points, then they feel that Chicago can't score enough to beat him.
So far, it appears as if Luke Longley, with some help from his teammates on occasion, has denied Rick Smits the spots he wants and the kind of comfort in shooting that he wants.
No question, Bob. That's why he's so vital. He cannot get in foul trouble. And with Rick Smits, when he's not scoring, he's a liability defensively because he's slow of foot and he doesn't get into the rotation. That's why the Bulls are getting to the basket here early in the first quarter.
Michael. Another jumper. Not this time. Rebound to Jackson. Behind the back from Miller. And there's a whistle with Antonio Davis at the scorer's table for the Pacers and Dennis Rodman preparing to check in for Chicago. The foul is on Ron Harper.
Tony Davis more mobile. You're going to see that Phil Jackson's going to counter immediately with Rodman because he wants those two guys matched up.
Rodman didn't show up at the United Center until 7:05. That's local time, little more than an hour before the scheduled tip-off. Miller, catch and shoot. Missed it. Kukoc in the lane. Makes it 21-10. Chicago, 14 unanswered points for the Bulls. The Pacers, meanwhile, have missed their last 8 shots. McKee fouled as he makes his move.
The Bulls are passing the ball very crisply. The off-the-ball movement there by Tony Kukoc, little sweeping left-hand hook. When you look at the Pacers front line now, McKee, And the two Davis boys have a very big team out there right now. Tony Kukoc has played exceptionally well since Game 1. In fact, he had some very big shots at Game 4 that looked like was going to get the win for his team.
That free throw by McKee was the Pacers' first point in 5.5 minutes. And he makes them both. Scottie Pippen working against Antonio Davis. Now Reggie Miller takes him on a switch. 5 on the 24. Kukoc on the run. And he gets the bounce and roll.
See what Indiana is thinking this first quarter. They just want to weather the storm. They knew they were going to be down 10 in the first quarter because of the emotional push. But can they come back after this and get the lead and start playing well again?
Antonio Davis can't hit it. Rebound to Kukoc. It's a major storm the Pacers are trying to weather. Down 23-12. And the block on the Pippen drive. Michael was fouled, which stops the clock with 1:58 to play in the first. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Look, they make olive oil. Take a picture here.
All right.
Buongiorno.
Oh, hi. How are you? Is this your business?
Yes.
Oh, we have our own business, too.
Yes, we have 3 stores in Ohio. Ohio? We sell it, Ohio. In California, and Canada, and Argentina, and Australia, and America. They're on the internet. How can they afford it?
Hi, I'm Grant Hill, professional basketball player for the Detroit Pistons. You know, when I get thirsty, I reach for Sprite. You see, Sprite refreshes me like nothing else because it's the only drink with that cool, crisp, refreshing taste that satisfies even my manliest thirst. Yep, that's Sprite for you.
Drink Sprite because you like it, not because an athlete says he does.
This is for Reverend O'Brien, who always told me to give it my best shot. For my grandmother, who showed me what real courage is. And for myself, who found it.
You never know when it's going to happen, but when it does, you'll never forget it.
Excuse me, sir? Do you know how to get to the freeway from here?
The first time someone calls you sir. At a moment like this, head to your Mitsubishi retailer and get a sporty new 98 Eclipse. Right now with just 0.9% APR financing for 48 months. Hurry, you don't have much time. Is your life built for Mitsubishi?
Dateline Friday, wildfires. Firefighters risk their lives to put out these deadly blazes, but should they let them burn instead? Dateline 8/7 Central, NBC Friday.
Welcome back to Chicago. I'm Jim Gray. Larry Bird during that timeout told the Pacers, guys, you're bigger, you're stronger, be much more aggressive. You're giving up too many easy shots. Somebody stand up and do something here. Take a hard foul, get back on your game and play some defense. You guys are just letting them in with too many easy baskets. Somebody has to step up. Bob?
Jim, thanks a lot. Just prior to the commercial, Dale Davis had blocked Scottie Pippen's shot. Then Antonio Davis fouled Michael Jordan. Chris Mullin checks back in for the Pacers. Here's the upside to the Pacers having shaved their heads as an act of solidarity prior to the playoffs. It gave the medics easy access to the injury. We're told it required 3 stitches. Michael hits the first. We mentioned that Dennis Rodman arrived a little more than an hour before game time. What's usual? Not for him, but for the average player.
Bob, my rule is always 90 minutes in the locker room, prior to the tip. Now, I'm not sure what Phil Jackson did, but I always felt an hour and a half to get your guys in there start getting them ready for the game. Rodman has already told us that he doesn't like to get there early, that he gets bored. He wants to get right to the game and get out and play.
Yeah, Rodman has so much energy, Doug, that it's hard for him to just sit around. So what he likes to do is get there about a half an hour before the game and warm up.
In the list of Rodman transgressions, that's relatively minor. Let's go to Ahmad, who has more.
You know what, Bob? I watched Dennis Rodman come into practice the other day, 2 minutes before practice started, and I asked Michael about that. He said Rodman does that all the time. And Phil Jackson, being the kind of coach that he is, treats everybody differently. So him arriving here late tonight was really no big deal as long as he's prepared to play. Bob?
Ahmad, thanks. The foul on Michael was his second. It sends Chris Mullin, the league's leading free throw shooter, 94% for the season, to the line.
Now, what we've seen already tonight is a different substitution pattern by Phil Jackson. The moment Travis Best came in, he comes with Randy Brown. Probably thinking defense, control its speed and quickness, because Best has been a problem in the last 2 games. Scott Burrell checked in for Michael Jordan, who did pick up his second, so he'll get a rest with his team leading by 12.
As I remember it, Phil Jackson didn't use Randy Brown even for a minute in Game 4.
He actually, his first substitution was big. He brought in Burrell and tried to stay big on the perimeter. I think he needs the speed and quickness of Randy Brown. Steve Kerr has had trouble containing him.
Mullin, as expected, makes them both. Kukoc. The rebound to Antonio Davis.
So you have a Chicago team out on the floor without Pippen and without Jordan. Kukoc is the main scorer, so Indiana should be able to take advantage of this lineup.
Reggie Miller. Harper gets up on him. And Rodman fouls Antonio Davis as Davis receives the pass. And folks, you can log on to MSNBCSports.com for Showtime's online inside story on the NBA playoffs. Click on video features and commentary, plus check out Bill Walton's team-by-team preview of next month's NBA draft. It's all at MSNBCSports.com. First one rattles in and out for Antonio Davis, and here's Ahmad.
All right, Bob, if you notice that Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan are both on the bench, only 58 seconds of the entire series has this situation ever taken place. So this is kind of odd. Bob?
I think with the Pacers being down by 10, Ahmad, I think that Phil says if he's going to buy some time, buy it now in case in the second half he can't do that.
Burrell had some room, but his shot goes in and out. Scott Burrell has not contributed offensively of late in the playoffs. This is Fred Hoiberg. First time in a long time that we've seen the third-year man from Iowa State. His pass is scooped up by Mullin, who can't hit the layup. Now it's stolen by Randy Brown. Harper in the lane. Bumps off Hoiberg. And they wave it off. There's a foul before the shot was released.
You see Hoiberg come into the game right now, and he's very nervous. This is the first time he's ever been in a playoff situation. The first pass that he threw, he was so nervous, almost got intercepted. Then he come back down, and he creates the foul. Right now, you got a nervous young man right there. Bird has a lot of faith and a lot of trust in him, putting him in this game in this time.
His hand forced, to a certain extent, by the absence of Jalen Rose.
I think you can also see that the Pacer bench has been much more effective at home, and that's to be really expected. Normally, your reserves play much better at home, and your starters are the ones that carry you on the road. Now, I really believe that tonight, Chris Mullin has got to give them something, because without Jalen Rose, Mullin has got to make some shots for them. He's 3 for 14 in the last 2 games, and has really struggled with the speed and quickness of the perimeter of Chicago.
Antonio Davis to the basket, and he was fouled.
And that's 2 quick fouls Dennis Rodman has picked up. One of the problems when Dennis Rodman comes into the game, that he has a tendency to get in early foul trouble because he's not starting. You see Antonio Davis put it on the floor and take it right to him, knowing that he has 1 foul and wants to pick up that second one.
And you know what, good a player defensively as Dennis Rodman is, he does not like to come out on the floor and guard. So Tony Davis, what did he do? He drove the ball right to him. He attacked him, got him retreating, jumped into him, and got the contact. That's what you teach your players to do.
This happened to have been an active shooting foul on which Davis makes one of two. Harper was fouled a moment ago before the shot, but both teams are over the limit, which is why he took the 2 free throws. Harper to Rodman, who blows the layup. The Pacers have missed their last 10 field goal attempts, and they're 4 of 15 in the quarter, which now has 10 seconds left in it. Travis Best can't put an end to that streak. The Bulls have time. Brown to Burrell, who was fouled from behind by Mullen.
And it's going to be a flagrant. Bennett Salvatore has called a flagrant foul. So Burrell will get 2 free throws, and the Bulls will get the ball with 1.9 seconds. I guess the ruling there is that he hit him hard in the head and really did not get a play on the ball. It's a pretty tough call right now at the stage of the game, and you're going to see what Phil Jackson's going to do. He's going to bring his offensive players back in. This could be a 4 or 5 point swing here in the last 1.9 seconds.
Now, what Chris Mullen would tell you is that I was going for the ball, but I couldn't jump that high. And as I went to extend, I really couldn't get up high enough to get it.
That was as unflagrant as a flagrant can be.
Yes, it was. I think what happens is the referees err on the side of caution in these games, especially when you come off a game where there was a melee.
2 seconds. Michael gets it off. And the first quarter ends with the Bulls in front by 13. Miller hit an early 3. That was it for him in the first quarter. Michael got off quickly and often. This is the NBA on NBC.
Hey, how's it going? Can't complain.
It's the rugged SUV with a smooth ride.
Hank, can I borrow your eyebrow pencil?
The Montero Sport, one of the sport utility vehicles from Mitsubishi. Now get 0.9% APR financing for 48 months on any new 98 Montero Sport.
Get ready to get creative. Get into a Rebel G. Go beyond snapshots. Experience the ultimate rush.
Cool.
Rebel G and only EOS lenses from Canon.
Oh, it's really coming down out there.
Cats and dogs.
It hasn't rained this hard since last time I had to paint the garage.
Man can't work in the rain.
Pity us.
Is that what you're going to do all day?
Honey, I can't hear you. The rain's too loud. The weatherman said it was supposed to be nice today.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
Wendy's introduces the most delicious combination ever put in a chicken sandwich. Our new honey ham and chicken.
Chicken just doesn't get any better than this.
Come on. What are you waiting for?
Let's say this is Castrol Syntec motor oil. And this is a harmful particle in your engine. Get the point? You see, Syntec's patented stabilizers seek out and neutralize harmful particles, protecting in ways other oils can't. Castrol Syntec, the active lubricant.
Well, when that happens, it goes a long way toward explaining why you trail 29-16 after one.
See, I think Larry Bird expected to be in this situation in the first quarter. You know, 10-13 down in the game 5 of the first quarter is not uncommon. Now, can you make up for that? How can you come back? And that's when he'll rely on his bench.
You can see one of the things that the Pacers have done all series long is shoot the ball exceptionally well. Only 25% in that first quarter.
Here's Mark Pope, rookie from Kentucky, off to Hoiberg. And Hoiberg's shot spins out. Antonio Davis tries to make a move, and he's fouled. That would have helped Hoiberg if that could have stayed down, boosted his confidence a little bit.
Bob, this is an interesting lineup that Larry Bird has on the floor. You talk about having confidence in your bench. Mark Pope and Fred Hoiberg, guys who have played very little in the entire playoffs. Mullen, Best, and Tony Davis. Who is going to score?
Hoiberg will try, but there's a whistle before he gets the shot away. Offensive foul gives it back to Chicago. It's on Pope, his first.
Now, this is the third moving screen that we have seen early in the game. Remember now, Phil Jackson complained about the moving pick on Rodman at the end of the game. He's got 3 calls tonight.
Hoiberg now has to contend with Jordan. Which, as you see, is not a pleasant task.
That's not fair. You got to come help Hoiberg right there. You can't let him stay down in the post trying to guard Michael Jordan, the greatest player of all time.
Travis Best with a nice move, but can't finish it. And the lid remains on the basket for Indiana. Jordan, foul before the shot.
And you see Michael realizing early, I got to fish. And anytime he sees Hoiberg, okay, I'm going to back him down. I'm going to take my time. What? Nobody's coming to double team me? I'm by myself? Y'all going to leave him? Okay, take this bucket.
Well, how about this? There's 10 guys on the floor right now, and Michael Jordan is the only guy who has a field goal. The other 9, I would make somebody else score a basket other than Michael Jordan.
The foul on Hoiberg was his second. That somebody else is Bill Wennington. The Chicago Bulls have now more than doubled the Pacers. It's 33-16. Antonio Davis. Indiana has now missed 14 consecutive shots. Jordan around the Rodman screen for Wennington, who can't hit it. Hoiberg nearly threw it away. Best goes back to recover it. Best trying to break Burrell down. Splits 2 defenders but misses. Rodman tumbles out of bounds, but first gets rid of it to Kerr. Pulls up and then leans into Mullen, trying to draw the foul, and did it successfully. Nothing going right for the Pacers.
Do or die Game 6, Friday night at 9 Eastern on NBC.
Here we are in this simple, majestic setting. None of the usual interruptions. Nobody around to distract us from introducing AT&T One Rate Plus. Now, the key point, the thing to remember, is that every call you make from home with One Rate Plus, every call, day and night, 10 cents a minute.
Did you say 10 cents a minute, dude?
How do they find me?
AT&T One Rate Plus. 10 cents a minute, anytime. Call 1-800-4-1-RATE to enroll.
You're being signed by your favorite NBA team. You and your friends take a private jet to the All-Star game. You're playing horse with your pal Michael Jordan.
Nice shot.
Now your dreams can actually come true with the Gatorade NBA Dreams game. Just uncap a Gatorade and you could uncap your dreams. And who knows?
All right, try this.
Maybe you'll win that game of horse.
I know a place.
Americans know how to shop, and we love a bargain. No wonder there's a Chevy Malibu in nearly every neighborhood. It has standard air conditioning, automatic, even ABS brakes. Things you won't find standard on Camry or Accord. And Malibu has enough room for all your garage sale treasures. Chevy Malibu, the car you knew America could build.
Right now, you can get 0.9% APR financing on Chevy Malibu, the car you knew America could build.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. You either have it in you or you don't. Life is a sport. Drink it up. By Chevy Malibu, the car you knew America could build. Genuine Chevrolet. And by Michelin, celebrating 100 years of innovation because so much is riding on your tires.
There was a sense of real concern at the United Center prior to this game. Those concerns on the part of Bull fans have been allayed somewhat as Phil Jackson's team has jumped all over Larry Bird's club to the tune of 33-16 with 9:43 to play in the second. The Pacer bench, one of the biggest strengths of their team, is 0 for 7 today. And they have missed as a team their last 15 shots. They don't have a field goal in the last 11 minutes.
Well, you see Steve Kerr hit the line. He was able to bait Chris Mullen into a foul on a fake of a long two. But the Pacers right now have to score. I mean, it's 16 points. You know, Larry Bird tried to buy some minutes there to get Smith a little bit of a rest and Reggie Miller. But this is the time of the game right now. You don't want the Bulls to push out to a 25-point lead. You'll never catch up because you don't have that kind of firepower.
Kerr swishes them both. A 19-point Chicago lead. Reggie Miller back in. Burrell draws the defensive assignment on him. Here's Travis Best trying to go to the hole and fouled on his way. NBC's must-see Thursday begins with Friends, followed by Just Shoot Me, Seinfeld, Veronica's Closet, and ER. That's must-see TV tomorrow on NBC. They still have the Seinfeld repeats in the vault, and they plan to use them.
Now, Reggie Miller is wearing some type of ankle wrap or ankle guard on his ankle right now, and that wrap has become unraveled. I hope he doesn't trip on it or he recognizes it and try to, you know, button it back up before he, like, trips on it.
Michael against Reggie. Triple teamed in the lane. Gets it out to Burrell, who misses what would have been a two-point field goal. Is this on Rodman? If it is, that's 3.
Bob, I think he ruled that he stepped on the line. So I don't think there's a foul on Rodman. I think he was out of bounds on the play. So
you're right.
Pacers will get the ball.
Luckily for Chicago. So Rodman has 2 fouls. Best is much quicker than he is. Smits still without a field goal.
The Pacers must think right now about trying to get this to 9 or 10 at halftime. They have 8:38 maybe to chop the 9 or 10-point lead.
Longley had it knocked away, and Antonio Davis takes it. Best explodes to the hoop. And Burrell thought he blocked it cleanly, but there's a foul instead.
So vital for the Chicago Bulls for Luke Longley to stay in the game. Look how he pushes him off that block. And then what will happen is Steve Kerr will dig back in there, force him to pick up his dribble. He has no place to go, so he shoots a fading jump shot. That's what the Bulls will live with. You see Kerr faking the double team. And Smith has got to have that patience that he had in Game 4 when he played so well, especially in that third quarter.
Doug, the Bulls' half-court defense is so good right now that the only way the Pacers are going to get back in this game is to score in transition, as Travis Best did right there. Take it to the basket, try to get some easy opportunities because they block your half-court sets down.
Indiana has shot around 50% through the first 4 games, 19% in the first half of this one. Hold on. An Indiana foul. It's Smits, his second.
Now, the reason Rick Smits picked up that foul is because Reggie Miller got caught up on the screen, and he was waiting for Reggie Miller to come. He was saying, come on, come on, come on. Watch him look back to Miller. Where are you at? Come on, come on. Referee caught him with the arm extended.
Burrell on the drive. It bounces to Kerr, who knows what to do with it.
Loose ball. Chicago is so aggressive tonight. All 5 of the Pacers must be back in the paint. Rebounding has not been a factor, or not the key factor. Turnovers have, but tonight it's the rebounding.
Travis Best can't connect on the three. Extending back to the first period, the Pacers have now gone more than the equivalent of a full quarter, more than 12 minutes without a field goal. Michael Jordan. He has 15. Chicago by 20. And play is stopped.
Michael Jordan is going to always find an opening. You see him give the basketball up, always cutting, always moving. Sets a little bump screen there, does not stand, presents himself to an open area for Scott Burrell, and once again, another layup for Michael Jordan.
And that last foul was on Rodman, his third, and now he is hit with a technical foul before Phil Jackson can get him out of the game. Dickie Simpkins coming in. Now, here's Michael saying to Dennis, look, don't give these guys a chance to reverse this momentum. Dennis often complains that, as he puts it, he has a bullseye on his back. On the other hand, he is almost by acclamation, when you talk to the other players, the dirtiest player in the league. Mostly that's effective for him, but a lot of it involves illegal play, and a lot of it happens off the ball. So why shouldn't the officials watch him more closely than they do other players? Smith's missing again. He's now 0 for 6. Michael made a move, then didn't know what to do with it.
I see Dennis Rodman pick up his technical from Bob Delaney, complaining about the call. So 3 personal fouls and a technical. It has not been a good first half for Dennis Rodman. It's been a great one for the Chicago Bulls. They lead by 19. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Every player has a weakness. Tonight, Mr. Grant Hill's weakness takes center court.
There's only one place to go for the irresistible taste of America's favorite fries. Did somebody say McDonald's? Enjoy the fries that have earned the right to be called America's favorite fries.
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
Red Dog Rules for Living, number 35. Every dog loves a good chase.
Thanks, Dad. You can't do this with Caravan.
Thanks.
You can't do it with Windstar.
Thanks, Pop.
A little help? Only the Chevy Venture is available with a remote control sliding side door. It's the perfect accessory for the overworked father. Now you can get low 0.9% APR financing on Chevy Venture. A Consumer's Digest Best Buy 2 years in a row. Chevy Venture. Let's go.
For Cynthia Cooper, there are so many memories. Winning back-to-back national championships, bringing home Olympic gold, being 1,000,000 miles away, and returning to the ones she loves. So many memories. It's time to make some more.
This is just amazing what Cynthia Cooper is doing. Raise the roof, Houston.
Its past shows contrast. Its present shares culture. In its future, a celebration. Salt Lake 2002 Olympic Winter Games.
While we were away, listen to Michael Jordan on the Chicago bench.
That's it. No more 3 points. That's it. Leave them alone.
That's leadership from your star. Scottie Pippen has the technical. Dennis Rodman has the technical. He says no more free points. Make them earn them. Stay away from the officials. Just play.
Especially when you're up by 19. And Michael can't make it 21. There's a whistle for a foul on the rebound. And it's going to go on Derek McKee, his second.
I don't know if it's just me, guys, but I have not seen that emotional game that I thought we might get out of the Pacers. They've been very flat tonight. Now, obviously, the Bulls jumped on them and diffused them early. I don't see that look. You know, they're going to have to win a game in the United Center if they're going to win this series. They need to take 2 shots at it, not just 1.
Steve Kerr, way off, an uncharacteristic miss for him.
Doug, I think they came out waiting to absorb the blow, and the blow came so hard and furious from the Chicago Bulls that they've yet to respond to it.
Smits forces one up and finally hits it. His first field goal of the night, and the Pacers' first field goal in unbelievably 14 minutes. Michael gets rid of it to Scotty, who banks it home.
The Chicago Bulls offense, Bob, has been getting Michael Jordan in that low block, and if they help a little bit, find the open man, or Michael's been punishing them from the start.
A lot of pushing and shoving happening off the ball, and it looks like Longley for his second. If he gets in foul trouble, it's a small ray of hope for the Pacers, because Wennington is less successful keeping Smits out of his shooting spots.
But that's the weakness in the Chicago Bulls bench. Once you get past Longley, they really don't have any size and they don't have any depth at the center position. At the guard and the forward core, there's a lot of depth there, but once you get past Longley in the middle, they're very light.
Smits makes them both. The Pacers trail by 17. Reggie's on Michael. Dickey Simpkins finds Pippen. Scotty chases it down.
Another loose ball. Belongs to the Chicago Bulls tonight.
Jordan from Pippen. Sweet as you please. Reggie Miller. It comes up short for him, and Jordan is inside of Smits for the rebound. Kerr. Now Longley. Michael finds Longley cutting to the hoop.
Chicago right now is executing to perfection. You know, you see Jordan's mentality right now. They're running every screen hard. Now you watch Pippen right there as he throws it out to Jordan. Jordan will square up, stare McKee down, and shoot it right through the bottom of the net. You watch him as he's backing up. I feel it.
That last play, though, was a great play by Michael and Longley. It was eye contact. The big man jumped out as if it looked like Michael was going to use the screen. And Luke just slipped it and went right to the basket. And once again, the slow rotating defense by Indiana. The Bulls have more points in the paint in this half than they had in 2 complete games in Indianapolis.
Doug, out of the 5 games, this is the crispest I've seen Chicago run their offense.
Derek McKee. 5 on the 24. McKee's shot blocked by Longley. Into the hands of Pippen. Here they come. Harper all the way to the hoop. Got it! Plus a foul. They are running the Pacers out of the building and back to Indianapolis to try to regroup for Game 6.
Now the problem is not how do you stop the Bulls from scoring, but how do you score against the Bulls? You see Luke Longley block it. and they pass it up to Harper as he extends the left arm to stop Mark Jackson from elevating. As Mark Jackson went up, Harper extended that left arm so he can get an extra boost off him.
A second consecutive three-point play, and they have more than doubled the Pacers at 49-24. Jordan to the bench for a rest. Smits to the hoop from Miller. Simpkins trying to follow. Jump ball. Dickie Simpkins was released back in February by Golden State. He finds himself in the conference finals back with his old team, Chicago. That's not a bad deal.
Derek McKee going out. We know that he has a very sore quadriceps muscle. They are now down 23 points. It'll be interesting to see if they don't make a dent. Maybe Derek McKee might be taking the rest of the night off. We'll have to watch that substitution.
And you can see just how dominant Chicago's defense has been in this game.
Smits. Pippen has the rebound. Harper racing back. Behind him to Scotty. A leaner, no good. We move inside 3 minutes. Hope to Jackson, and now Reggie out of the corner hits the three.
Isaiah, with Chicago playing so well tonight and scoring so easily, the Pacers haven't got the stops to be able to run, so everything is half court for them tonight.
Longley. Antonio Davis has it, but the Pacers trail by 20. Davis's line drive jumper comes up short. Coach in the corner with 8 on the 24. His pass picked off by Jackson into the hands of Pope. Jackson to the trailer. Miller blocked away by Longley, who was the only guy back.
Well, you see on that play, Jackson didn't really have the speed to go by Longley. That's why he flipped it back, and Longley made the block.
Wide open spaces of the Chevy Tahoe. Just one of America's natural wonders. Chevy Tahoe.
Hey guys, welcome to your world. Ever wonder why it's so full of sweat? Fact is, guys sweat 40% more than women. That's why there's a whole new Speed Stick. Speed Stick Ultimate. It's antibacterial, so it kills the germs that cause odor. In this world, getting rid of sweat and odor is the ultimate goal. New Speed Stick Ultimate. Kills odor, protects guys.
Ты отдохнешь. Мы снова будем счастливы. Будем жить долго-долго. Долго. Нам повезем жизнь новую, светлую.
I'm Hannah Storm in New York. Coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll be joined live by Orlando Magic head coach Chuck Daly. He'll share his insights on tonight's game, and we'll talk about the Bulls dynasty, which followed on the heels of Chuck's 2 championships in Detroit. Plus, we'll hear from Matt Gukas, John Sally, and Peter Vesey on the first half in Chicago. The Bulls lead by 20 as we send it back to Bob Costas.
Hannah, thanks very much. So your old coach, Chuck Daly, pays a visit to the Showtime set. Zeke?
Daddy Rich is in the house, and he knows a lot about winning championships. I learned a lot from Chuck Daly, and I just want to say thanks, Chuck, for imparting all your wisdom on me.
As you look at the leading scorers, Reggie Miller has a pair of threes, and that's it in this first half. On the inbound, it's Dale Davis, fouled. It looked like Pippen, and it is his second. Well, Game 6 will be Friday night at Market Square Arena, just like this one, 9 Eastern, 8 Central Time. It looks like the Pacers will have to win on their home floor to force a 7th game. But here's the good news for them. They have not lost at home through the entire playoffs. This is a team that won 58 regular season games. One of them was here. One of the 2 regular season games they played against the Bulls at the United Center was a road victory for the Pacers. They know they can do it, at least in theory, if they get it back here for a 7th game. A whistle before Scottie Pippen released the shot.
One of the things we've seen tonight, the Bulls have run their outside series. They love to throw ahead, Pippen to Kukoc, and Scottie used that speed and turned the corner. Isaiah, he's gotten to the basket 3 or 4 times here tonight off that little give and go from the sideline.
That's the adjustment that Tex Winters made in the offense, to guard around and then you bring the guy into the post. You know, Tex is beautiful and smart at figuring out how do you counteract Dick Harder's defense. You know, Tex invented the triangle, and they're running it to perfection right now.
Tex Winter and Dick Harder, between them nearly 100 years of coaching experience. Winter is a youthful-looking 76. Harder is 66, 2 of the great assistants in the business. And an Indiana offensive foul. You make a list of the things that can go wrong in a half. Just about all of them have happened for Indiana, or to Indiana.
Again, gamesmanship. Phil Jackson complained, if you're going to call the foul on Rodman, Rick Smith's moves on every screen he sets, that's 2 they've called on him tonight now.
You know that Larry Bird, Phil Jackson, they complain about the officials. They whine. It's childish. However, you know what? It's effective, Doug.
Well, it was Bird complaining after the first 2 games here. And even though Chicago, on average, has shot 8 more free throws per game through the first 4 games, you could make an argument that Bird's complaints had a positive effect for his team. Phil Jackson took a $10,000 fine for his remarks after the games in Indianapolis. I think it's less what the officials are doing and more the way Chicago is playing in this first half, but you could argue that it didn't hurt, and he can afford the 10 grand.
Scottie Pippen, once again, he had Mark Pope on him. They went right back to the same play. Mark just does not have the speed to contain Scottie. He throws that ball ahead and turns that corner. 2 times in a row now they've run the same play with both the same results.
1 of 2 for Pippen, who has a dozen, and who now deflects the ball out of bounds.
You know, Bob, to follow up on the point that you made earlier about Indiana trying to get to Game 6, you know, Chicago can knock the confidence out of Indiana right now and go back to Indiana and win if Indiana doesn't get their act together.
5 seconds to get it across the line, and Jackson does. Now he lobs one toward the hoop, and it works to Antonio Davis.
They're going to run that same play again with Scottie to the outside, this time off a screen roll, and a give and go.
It's a beauty. Plus the foul. Antonio Davis picks up his 3rd.
Here's Scottie Pippen now. You're going to watch guard to the outside. He hits, and then the give and go. Scottie using his speed and quickness so the Pacers cannot put their body on him tonight. Speed is winning.
15 for Pippen. Jordan's on the bench with 17. And Scottie, all over the place, nearly steals the inbound. Michael has now come off the bench, and we go to Jim Gray.
All right, Bob, before the game, Larry Bird said something very interesting. He says, I don't know deep down in their hearts, referring to his team, the Pacers, if they know they can do it, if they feel they can. If they're just satisfied with beating Chicago 2 times, they'll never win a championship. What I'm trying to tell them is listen to what I say and do, and we can win this thing. Well, maybe they're just satisfied, Bob.
Indiana turns it over. Pippen and Jordan between them have equaled the Pacers' 32 points. Jordan with 17, Pippen with 15. Chicago with a 55-32 lead.
And that's the number that Larry Bird feared, that 15 points by Scottie Pippen, and he has it in the first half.
Now 17. He equals Michael. Miller up top for Dale Davis, who can't convert it. Here comes Michael, tongue wagging. Hold on. In and out. Game clock overlaps the shot clock by about 4 seconds. Jackson deals it out to Davis, and now Antonio Davis. Can't hit it. 4 seconds to get off the final shot of the half. It'll be Michael. He did not beat the buzzer. They waved the basket off. Missed it by a split second. Says to Pippen, that's okay. We each scored 17. We alone have more points than the Pacers. We have a 25-point lead. The team that trailed at the half has won each of the first 4 games, but nobody trailed by this much. The Prudential halftime report coming up after these messages. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Hey, girl. Man, I am thirsty. I can use a forward, baby. Oh, pretty, please. Come on now. You're in there. Come on, son. Hey,
No self-control.
Come on now, Dr. Pepper. I don't want nothing else. Let's go, Dr. Pepper.
A revolution is in our destiny. A revolution not about countries or ideologies, but about knowledge and information networks that make computing more affordable. Where do we come in? We make the software that manages information that will enable anyone to sit at the seat of knowledge. Oracle, enabling the information age.
There is a war going on, and the battlefield is your yard. To win this war, you'll need the most powerful equipment. You'll need the very best supplies. You'll need guaranteed low prices. Who has the power to bail out the troops? The Home Depot.
This is the full-size Chevy pickup.
Like a rock.
The truck is long-lasting.
I was strong as I could be. Like a rock.
The offer is not. What are you waiting for?
Like a rock.
Chevy, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road.
Like a rock.
And now another Just Shoot Me moment. What do you do with that hideous gift from your boss? No! Slippery. Just Shoot Me, NBC, Thursdays.
Tiger Woods, Ernie Els, David Duvall, Justin Leonard, Phil Mickelson. They're talented, confident, and have youth on their side. Generation Next has their sights set on golf's greatest championship, the U.S. Open, coming to NBC Sports June 18th.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
It's halftime of Game 5 with the Bulls routing the Pacers 57-32. Both Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen have 17 points in the Bulls' best performance of the playoffs. Hi, everybody. Hannah Storm back in our New York studio along with John Sally, Peter Vesey, and Matt Gukas, and we'll hear from Spider and Matt in our next segment. But right now we are joined live by a coach who has won 2 NBA titles, both of them with the Detroit Pistons, Chuck Daly, the head coach of the Orlando Magic. Thanks for joining us, Chuck.
Hi, Hannah. How are you?
Doing great. Now, as a head coach, what can Larry Bird possibly say to his team at halftime of this game?
Well, I was there a couple of times this year with this club. Chicago was a tough club for us to play. And I think the thing you have to preach is that they rarely score over 90 or 95 points and say, hey, we've got a chance to get back in this game, plus the fact that we've got to do something here to let them know we're still in this series.
Chuck, Peter here.
Yes.
The Bulls kick-started their dynasty in '91, and you happened to be there as Piston coach. Look at all the trouble you started.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's ongoing, and I'm with Jerry Krause. Let's break them up.
Short and sweet.
Give everybody else a shot at this thing. Chuck, as a coach, you were known to be emotional. I think I recall one time when you actually split your trousers there on the sidelines. But when you look at Larry Bird and the stoic expression that he has had throughout these playoffs, especially when Reggie Miller hit the three-pointer, what are your impressions of Bird's demeanor on the sideline? Could you have done that?
Well, I've never been able to do it, and I don't think most coaches are. But I think Larry Bird is kind of special with all the success he's had being a superstar, and I think he has great control of his emotions. But I don't think he's learned to fear in coaching yet. If he has, he isn't showing it. I think as time goes on, if you stay with the job, you learn to fear things. But he's doing a remarkable job of composing himself.
What do you think about him trying to take the blame for Jalen Rose, saying he shouldn't have allowed him to walk off the bench?
Well, I think it's a great move for Jalen and the club. He knows that, he's standing. They know that he's standing behind him. He's going to be there and takes the hit for Jalen Rose coming off the bench. A very good move by a coach.
Chuck, you almost had Chris Morris and Greg Foster in the Ronnie Cycli deal, which was voided when Cycli wouldn't go to Utah. When you're watching the Jazz play, do you find yourself rooting for your guys?
Well, I'm not necessarily rooting for him because I had Chris Morris before. But I knew when they, I have not had,
nowadays.
Right. I have not had Foster, but frankly, when they reported us and they had one practice or actually one practice before they had to go back to the hotel because Ronnie wouldn't report, they were anxious to join us, and I felt it would really have helped us. I think, quite frankly, we would have made the playoffs had they been with us because they'd have been 2 guys that could have played big minutes for us.
You know, Chuck, you've been to the playoffs 11 straight seasons before this year, took the 2 seasons off, came back to coaching. There was some speculation at one point when you guys were struggling and Penny Hardaway was injured that you weren't having a good time, that you may not even be back. In retrospect, though, was this a good decision to come back, and will you coach out your contract?
Yeah, I think it was a good decision. I enjoyed it. This particular club, while we didn't win the way anybody in the organization would have liked, maybe because of injuries or whatever reason, but I was happy with this group. They played really hard. In fact, it's one of the fun years I've had coaching. I would just like to have won more. A lot of people they kept saying, yeah, you're doing a great job. I said, yeah, I'd rather do a bad job like I did with John Sally and those guys who win 61 games.
Penny Hardaway's future, Chuck. I've read about possible trades for Latrell Sprewell and David Robinson, but my sources say they're erroneous, that you guys are keeping him no matter what.
Well, right now, all's quiet on all of those fronts. He's rehabbing every single day. He's really strengthened his legs. His weight is down, which is significant. I thought he put on a little bit of weight. I see him playing golf. I think he's in good health and good spirits. And I think whether he's with us or whether he's with another team, but I hope it's with us, he's going to have an outstanding year.
So you're saying it's not definite that he's staying?
Well, I would say 99%. There's nothing that I know any different. I've heard no rumors and no talk about a trade.
Okay, Chuck, thanks a lot for joining us tonight. Have a good summer and good luck next season with the Orlando Magic.
Thanks. Have fun.
All right. In major news in the world of sports tonight, GE and Time Warner have announced that after several months of intensive study, their subsidiaries, NBC and Turner Broadcasting, are moving forward toward the creation of a new professional football league. They have agreed upon a clear vision of a working model and have appointed Dick Ebersol of NBC and Harvey Schiller of Turner Broadcasting to spearhead this effort. Both parties anticipate a complete announcement this fall. And when we return, we'll talk about the first half in Chicago, where the Bulls are pounding the Pacers. First First, a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
Prudential's Small Cap Quantum Fund uses a computer-driven investment model to analyze 1,400 stocks. Because it only holds the stocks that are among the more highly rated, the result is a diversified portfolio of up to 200 small-cap stocks with big potential. Investors who are looking to benefit from small-cap stocks ought to take a look at the Prudential Small Cap Quantum Fund. It's a great way to invest for the long term in the small-cap market.
So the detective said the butler didn't do it. It was. My book! Let's go, Rick. Where's that page? I gotta finish my book. Hello, sir. Can you please tell me how your book ends? No! Now I'll never know. Rick! Oh, Rick, look what I've got. Good dog.
There's one place where desert and mountain meet, where the past is woven into the present, where determination is defined. There's one place, and it will host one magnificent event. Salt Lake 2002 Olympic Winter Games.
At halftime, the Bulls lead the Pacers 57-32, and a look at the first half shows that Jordan and Pippen have combined for 34 points, outscoring the entire Pacers squad. Pippen really came out aggressively, Matt.
Hannah, Scottie Pippen came out and it was clear he wanted to show and exercise the demons from missing those 2 free throws in the closing seconds of Game 4. Right from the get-go, first play of the game, Scottie being aggressive, looking for the contact, wanting to get back at the free throw line. This is exceptional team defense, forcing it baseline, challenging the shot, and then Pippen leading the fast break. 3-on-4, 3-on-5, but thinking, take the ball to the hole, force the action. And then good, hard, crisp cuts by all of the Bulls. The ball was moving beautifully. Pippen with another assist. Terrific first half. Scottie Pippen flirting with a triple-double. And I have a feeling that Michael Jordan had a pep talk with Scottie Pippen before this game saying, hey, partner, I need you out there.
He's getting some help from Scottie and some of his other teammates, and the Bulls are doing exactly what you said they should, John, and that's blowing out the Pacers in the first half.
Letting you know I know what I'm talking about. America needs to listen. But Tony Kukoc, now I used across the locker when I played with the Bulls from Tony, he always says everyone yells at him, everybody, the equipment guy, the coach, everyone yells at him. But Tony, this time they're yelling at you to shoot. He's the go-to man. And you got to understand he's left-handed, but he goes better left sometimes than he does right. But when you get in the game, you never know what he's going to do. He's doing a great job. And he got all the points, and the guys are throwing the ball. Everyone's concentrating on Michael and Scottie, but Tony is sitting in there.
Shining as a starter tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rick Smits has been a liability for the Pacers.
Yeah, but he's been a great player for the Bulls. Now, this guy, now in the first 30 seconds, he gets a foul. He hits Chris Mullins in the head, puts him out the game, and then a few plays later, he sets a pick for Scottie, so Scottie can go to the basket. I mean, he's playing really, really good for the Bulls. The problem is he's wearing the wrong jersey.
And it's just in, Hannah. The league has informed me that they fined Larry Bird for allowing the Pacers to leave the bench.
Meanwhile, let's move on to the French Open. A huge upset on the men's side today as top seed Pete Sampras lost the 97th ranked player in the world, Ramon Delgado of Paraguay. And he lost in straight sets, no less. Third seed Marcelo Rios is the highest remaining seed in the men's draw. On the women's side, no major upsets today. Martina Hingis and American Venus Williams were among the winners. Our coverage gets underway on Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock Eastern Time, noon Pacific. 3 more hours at the same times on Sunday. The Bulls lead the Pacers by 25. We'll send you back to Chicago for the second half after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
For anyone who's ever called long distance on the company's dime. For anyone who's ever worked with a guy like this. For anyone who's ever endured a company physical. Or had to listen to this woman talk about her cat. Or gone before the boss on one of his bad days. And for anyone who's ever pretended to listen. We bring you Working, just like your job, only funnier. NBC, Wednesdays.
We weren't rich, we were poor, I just didn't know it. Well, my dad, we went alone and he came home with this new car. I don't think he felt that he was treated fairly. And when I decided I wanted to go into the car business, I wanted to make him proud of me. Saturn was really an extension of my own personal values. We treat all of our customers the same. And that's the way it should be.
So, Al, when are we going to see your new line of clubs?
Tomorrow. Yeah. My guy's on his way right now.
So, Al, when are we going to see your new line of clubs?
It's already up.
There's business as usual, and there's e-business as usual. HP, expanding possibilities.
Your power is gone, cause your battery's died, and you need some help starting up your ride. Let's work together. Come on, let's work together. Because Reagan understands every car, truck, wagon, or van.
Reagan is your battery headquarters. From Hondas to Harleys, lawnmowers to Lincolns, we've got a tough Exide, Megatorque, or NASCAR battery that's just your size. Reagan.
Let's work together.
Sit down with me after the game for playoff highlights.
On Thursday? Well, think again. If you're like most people, you missed half the episode, and that means it's new to you. Like this Friends, the one with a dirty girl. Do you remember this? Then there's Just Shoot Me. Critics say it's fall down funny. If you didn't see them all, this one's probably new to you.
Okay, Finch, you can back off now.
Plus Seinfeld and Veronica, too. If you haven't seen it, it's new to you, NBC, Thursday.
During the course of the season, the Indiana Pacers were blown out less frequently than anyone else in the NBA. In fact, they lost only 4 games by 10 or more points, and one of those was a game that Reggie Miller missed. But here they're down 25 at the half as we welcome you back along with Doug Collins and Isaiah Thomas. Now, if you're the Bulls, isn't part of what you're trying to accomplish here to completely put them away so you can rest your regulars?
No question, Bob. Michael Jordan played 20 minutes. Scottie Pippen played 17. If you're Phil Jackson, you said, look, let's come out the third quarter, put them away. I do not want you to play 1 minute in the fourth quarter.
And you're definitely playing for Game 6. You want to destroy Rick Smith's confidence right now. You want to destroy Reggie Miller's confidence, because when they go back to Indiana, you don't want them going back feeling good about themselves. So this second half will be all about destroying their confidence.
Which brings us to a look at the Miller Lite halftime stats.
Well, Bob, I wish I could tell you it was something good for Indiana. This has been a nightmare in every way. They've shot 24%, 8 for 34. In the series, they're shooting 49%. They've been out-rebounded by 18. And we talked about stars win championships. And it's been Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. Look at the line, 17, 8, and 6. 17 points and 5 rebounds for Michael Jordan. Michael set the pace early. He went into the post, scored quickly, and the Bulls have never looked back.
And, Doug, it's been just the opposite for the Pacers. Their 2 leading scorers, Rick Smith and Reggie Miller, has yet to get off the dive. Rick Smith is not really shooting the ball well. Larry Bird expected a lot from him this evening, but he hasn't delivered. When you look at Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen, 17 points apiece. And that number for Scottie Pippen, 17, is important. When you look at Jordan's shot chart, you see him going inside, inside, inside.
We'll be back with quarter number 3 from the United Center right after this.
Something big is happening at Ford. It's the Ford Big Time Sales Event. Get the biggest savings of the year on Ford cars and trucks. Like up to $2,500 in total savings on Windstar for all Ford, GM, and Chrysler owners. Plus, Ford and GM owners can save big time on almost every Ford car and truck in stock. The world's biggest selling division wants your business big time. So save big at the Ford Big Time Sales Event, going on now at your Ford dealer.
There are lots of reasons people miss their favorite NBC shows. Maybe you were a little distracted, or entertaining guests. Maybe you just got stuck. Well, this summer is your chance to catch all the NBC episodes you missed. Because if you haven't seen it, it's new to you.
Ahmad Rashad back at the United Center where the Bulls are up by 25 points during the halftime. Phil Jackson told his team to keep attacking and keep attacking. And obviously Doug Collins must have snuck into the locker room because the other thing he told them was the same thing Doug had said, to bury him. Come out and try to bury him right now and get this game over with. So that's what they'll be trying to do. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, Larry Bird told his team we're being beaten in every phase of the game. There are only about 2 of you guys who are playing. We need 6 or 7. He's not going to rest any of his guys. He said, hey, we can't fold it up. We have to establish something here in the second half. We got to see what we're made of. Otherwise, we're going to lose touch of this series. Bob?
So realistically, barring an incredible burst right out of the blocks here in the third quarter, the Pacers are playing the second half just to establish something for Game 6. Dale Davis's shot rattles in and out.
Well, if you're the Pacers, that's the way you have to approach it because the series is an extension of Game 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And you got to go back to Indiana with some type of confidence and belief in your system.
Ron Harper around Mullen to the basket. Count it, plus the foul.
When Larry Bird goes back and reviews his film, he and Dick Harter and his staff, the one thing they're going to be upset, the layups. The Bulls have gotten to the basket. They have finished. They've been touch fouls tonight, not the kind of hard fouls where you force a guy to start looking around when he goes to the basket, make him pick himself up and shoot some free throws.
The lead stays at 27 as Harper misses the free throws. Jackson spinning on Pippen. Hold on. Foul before the shot. It'll be Pippen, and that's 3. Much of the energy has gone out of the building. They were roaring at the start of the game. The Bulls put on a first-half clinic. And now folks are just kind of settling in and maybe deciding how they might beat the traffic.
It's a big shot right here. Chris Mullen wide open. He's 3 for his last 15. They need him to make some shots. Even if they don't win this game, he's got to establish some confidence.
He swishes that one. Here's Rodman. Smith reaches in and pokes it away. And Dennis apparently touched it last.
But Doug, I can tell you that crazy things happen in the playoffs. I remember when we were playing the Boston Celtics at the old Silverdome, we missed 23 consecutive shots in a row. So things can happen, and this thing can turn around for Indiana.
Mullen. His pass deflected out. Still Indiana ball.
But Michael Jordan wasn't on my team.
I know you didn't miss any of those 23, Isaiah. Those were all Lambeer and Joe.
Goaltending on Pippen. So Miller gets the basket.
You see Miller cut down the lane off the offensive play, and you see Scottie Pippen goes up and just kind of taps it on the glass. You can't take the ball to the glass like that.
Pippen doubled in the corner. His pass picked off by Jackson. Foot race to the hoop with Harper. Leaves it for the trailer Miller. And Reggie now is in double figures with 10.
See, that's the second time that Mark Jackson has made that play. The first time he made it, it wasn't successful. This time he made it, was successful.
Well, now an offensive foul on Pippen. That's his 4th. The Pacers have the ball and they're down 20. It was 25 at the half and 27 after the first basket of this period.
Bob, not to hype anything, and Scottie Pippen picks up this 4th foul when he lowers his shoulder, but one of the things this Chicago Bulls team has done all season long is lose leads. It's like they've lost some of their concentration. They've allowed teams back in games. I'm not saying that will happen tonight, but that has been trademark of this team this season.
Jackson trying to back down the much taller Kukoc and traveling in the process.
So if you're the Indiana Pacers right now, your thought process is down 20. Let's see if we can cut this thing to 10 with 5 minutes to go in this quarter.
Harper from Michael can't finish it. Indiana's on a 7-0 run. Mullen evades Jordan, but can't hit the three. Kukoc from Rodman. And Indiana comes back, still down by 20. Mullen challenging Michael. Longley has it. Kukoc to Harper.
It's just so hard for Chris Mullen to deal with this quickness of Michael Jordan. He makes a move, it looks like he starts to finish, and Michael gets back into the play and bumps him off of it. This has really been a tough, tough series for him.
Jackson into the lane, throws up the hook on the run, and Dale Davis is there to clean things up. Harper trying to bounce it to Longley. Smith broke it up. Harper recovers it. 7 on the shot clock. It's Kukoc with a leader.
That's a little European half step that he has. He gets in there and he makes that little floating shot. Tony Kukoc really makes that play very well. There's the offensive foul on Dale Davis.
Man, he hammered Kukoc, who was clutching his left shoulder.
Larry Bird very upset. He felt Tony Kukoc had walked on the play before.
I think they've called a flagrant on Dale Davis. He definitely delivered a shot. Chicago uses a timeout. They lead by 22.
Go to the playoffs, NBA.com.
Let me tell you a story about the trucks that never sleep.
Got an early one, huh?
I better fill it up.
It's the tough new line of Ford F-Series with over 50 different models to custom fit the job. That's more than anyone else. And they all come with power you can count on. They're like some trusty sidekick in an old Western. Except this movie never ends.
See you tomorrow.
You can count on it.
The Ford F-Series. The most powerful, most complete line of trucks ever built Ford top.
On June 12th.
Are these really necessary?
Only if we crash.
Harrison Ford.
Mayday, mayday.
It's the beach.
What are we, like shipwrecked?
But this trip to paradise.
We got company.
Is no vacation.
I just want one thing to go right.
From director Ivan Reitman comes the ultimate summer escape.
1, 2.
I can't!
6 days, 7 nights. Rated PG-13. Escape June 12th.
I'll tell you when. I'll tell you when.
Miller Genuine Draft presents even more basketball.
Now, Scottie Pippen has bounced back after missing those 2 free throws. You see him driving, attacking the basket, using his speed to counteract what the Pacers are trying to do in terms of putting a body on him. You see he accepts the challenge, accepts the blow right there. Then he blows by him again on the right side to hit the pull-up J. Now, when you look at Scottie's shot chart, you'll see everything going to the basket, and you'll see him really attacking this right side of the court. Larry Bird told us that he wanted to keep him under 14. Not tonight.
And in recognition of this look inside the game, Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. Kukoc is at the line. A moment ago, he pantomimed a shot and pulled his arm back down as if in pain, and he winced a little bit as he released that one, too. Here's Ahmad.
All right, Bob, I just spoke with Chip Schaefer, the Bulls trainer. He told me that Tony just suffered a bruise to his left shoulder, but obviously he's able to keep playing. Bob?
And able to hit both free throws, which increases the lead to 24. Michael with Reggie hand-checking him. Backs him down, leans in, and Dale Davis got a piece of it. Some of the fans courtside thought it should have been goaltending. Here's Chris Mullen against Kukoc, who gives him a little room, and Mullen converts.
Now, Mullen can score against Tony Kukoc because he'll be able to create a little distance, and he's that master of the little up and under move. You saw 2 pump fakes before he finally delivered the shot.
8 for Mullen. Harper, pull-up jumper, spins out. Rodman, Kukoc, then Longley. Reggie Miller on the run. The tip by Davis is disallowed as he commits the foul over the back, which is his 3rd.
The Pacers were trying to run a set play, and Mark Jackson was pushed so far out on the floor that even when Reggie Miller came off the screen, if he was open, they couldn't get him the ball because there was so much distance with the passing lane. The Bulls are doing a great job of keeping them passing lanes really far tonight.
Longley, left hands it in.
You know, Doug, Mark Jackson made the Cardinals sin when he picked up his dribble. As a point guard, you can't pick up your dribble in the middle of the floor. You see him right here maintaining his dribble there so he can make a play.
Jackson driving on Kukoc. Mark Jackson can't hit, but Davis, who's stuck with it, can. Rodman from Harper. Dennis's first basket. Bulls led by 25 at the half, 26 now.
You know, Dale Davis just picked up an offensive foul right there, and he's hitting everybody who gets in his way. You see him moving on the screen right here. He's just trying to lay some wood. Put his elbow right there on Jordan, and then he's going to move and get him again. The time before that down court, he ran into Ron Harper, and you see him right here. He's picking up another foul.
It's going to be a technical
foul on him. Well, right now, he's lost his composure.
You saw him with the flagrant foul on Kukoc where he stepped up and backpicked him. And then the moving screen, and now the technical foul. So the Pacers now are starting to come unglued.
And Ron Harper alerted Steve Jabby, the official. He told him, hey, watch Dale Davis. Watch Dale Davis. In the last 2 plays, he's picked up 2 offensive fouls.
Dale Davis perhaps a bit overzealous in heeding Larry Bird's plea for somebody to lay a body on someone. Here's Ahmad.
All right, Bob, just before Dale Davis's first foul, the referee, Bob Delaney, warned him and told him to cut it out. Told him a couple of times to cut it out, and I think that led to the next foul and the technical. Bob?
Thanks, Ahmad. After Michael hits the tee. Bulls put it in play. Harper, off balance, wild shot, nowhere near. Smits. Mullen trying to follow. Harper shoves it back in his face. Here's a 3-on-1 break. Hello.
Now, more than anything else, Tony Kukoc loves to make these type of passes. You see him catch it quickly behind his back, catch Jackson turning, and look out, here he comes. 23 in white, MJ is in the house.
What are you talking about? He owns the house. Kukoc on Jackson, who delivers it to Miller. Reggie to the bucket. The numbers are reversed there in a most unappealing way for the Pacers. 74-47, now 76.
Now, Michael Jordan was calling for that ball the whole way up the court, and he was a little disappointed that Ron Harper didn't keep going because he knew he had a mismatch with Davis in the corner, and he back cut him.
Rodman may have fouled Jackson, and he did.
Now, you watch Jordan running really hard, and he said, come on, Ron, don't stop on me now. So he takes Davis out to the corner. I'm going to lure you to sleep, or I'm not thinking about doing anything. As the ball goes in the post, boom, I'm gone. Bam, there it is again.
You know, it appears that the Bulls are really making a conscious effort to really run tonight against the Pacers so they can't get their half-court defense set. That's really been a key for them tonight, is how often they have got fast break opportunities, and if not that, early offense.
You know, Doug, for Chicago, with their triple post triangle offense, it's important for them to run and move and make crisp cuts, because when we played them in Detroit, the thing we always wanted to do was put a body on them and to stop them from making speed cuts. But tonight they've been allowed to make those speed cuts, and therefore they've been able to get to the basket and make layups.
After Longley's third foul, Smits hits the first free throw. Saturday, an NBC theatrical event starring Michael Keaton and Gina Davis for the first time on network television, Speechless, at 8 Eastern, 7 Central, Saturday on NBC. Pacer fans perhaps rendered speechless by this score, 76-49. Turnaround off the glass.
When Michael put a little X on the floor on that same spot, that's where he started the game, and it's like, I want to get to that spot tonight, because when I get there, I can do whatever I want to do.
Yeah, he's too strong down low. You see he's getting so deep in there that when he turns around, that's just a 3-foot bank shot for him.
And he has 24. Antonio Davis was fouled as the crowd begins another sarcastic chant of Reggie, Reggie, mocking what they do at Market Square.
See, he comes from the opposite side of the floor so he can get his post position, and Reggie gives it up, and now he's in trouble. The little spinning jump shot off the glass. No resistance for Michael Jordan tonight.
Miller now goes out. He hasn't appeared to be limping as much tonight as he was toward the end of Game 3 and throughout Game 4. Fred Hoiberg replaces him, and Davis makes one of two.
See, with Reggie's injury right now, you really don't want to take any chances. You don't want him to re-injure it. He's kind of getting over it, so you don't want him to turn or ankle or anything right now, because you know you got a Game 6 coming up.
Kukoc Chicago by 30. Antonio Davis misses the turnaround. Smits gives it back to him. Against 3 defenders, he muscles it up, and there's a foul. As we head for a commercial, let's take another look at Kukoc and Michael on the break. Harper gets it out. Tony knows what to do with it. Jackson's in the wrong place, and Michael slams it down on him. Worth another look. In fact, it's worth 3 looks. It's Chicago by 30, and you're watching the NBA on NBC.
How are you, Truman?
Vital signs are good.
Lights. Cue the signs. Camera.
Yeah! Hey, Truman! Sorry, can't stop!
Truman.
Say something. You're on television. You're live to the whole world. That's amazing.
Jim Carrey is Truman Burbank.
Want to do it again?
In what Esquire magazine calls the movie of the decade.
It's the miracle!
The Truman Show, rated PG. June 5th, everywhere.
It's late, it's wet, and a flat tire puts you up against the wall. Wouldn't it be great if you could just drive to safety? Now you can with new Goodyear Aqua Steel Run Flat. Even with no air pressure, you can drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour to safety. Aqua Steel Run Flat. Only from Goodyear.
Goodyear. Something big is happening at Ford. It's the Ford Big Time Sales Event. Get the biggest savings of the year on Ford cars and trucks. Like up to $2,500 in total savings on Windstar for all Ford, GM, and Chrysler owners. Plus, Ford and GM owners can save big time on almost every Ford car and truck in stock. The world's biggest selling division wants your business big time. So save big at the Ford Big Time Sales Event, going on now at your Ford dealer.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that whenever you feel good, it's Miller time. By Ford F-Series, the best-selling trucks are built Ford tough. And by Reebok, creating possibilities one athlete at a time.
Two minutes and 33 seconds remaining in the third quarter, and a 25-point halftime lead has grown to 30.
Well, you can see the big three of the Chicago Bulls. The big three scorers are dominating tonight. 26 more than their counterparts from Indiana, Miller, Mullen, and Smith. And the Bulls have dominated from the opening tip-off. They have not looked back. You see the look on Reggie Miller's face, and they have to hope that going to be going home to Market Square Arena is going to rejuvenate them, because right now the Chicago Bulls are doing whatever they want to do on the floor.
Antonio Davis hits 2 free throws. Longley out to Harper. Hoiberg trying to guard Michael. And the Bulls lose it. Rodman, as we told you, arrived just more than an hour prior to the game, but from his perspective, he was on time and everybody else was early. And he's coming to the free throw line.
See, I think it's important for them to keep Rick Smits involved because he has such a nice rhythm coming into this game. And for big guys, it's tough for them to get their rhythm. And once they get it, you got to keep going to them so they can keep it.
The foul trouble for Longley is of little concern considering the score.
Now, we talked about Smith earlier, and you see he started slow in series. He started slow in the Knicks series, and then he picked it up in games 4 and 5. And you see he started slow in this series, and he was starting to pick it up. So now that he's got his rhythm, it's important that you keep going to him, even in a loss and in a blowout right now. And Larry Bird understands that.
Smits finally breaks into double figures with 10. Pippen is back in the lineup. Jordan remains in the lineup with a 26-point lead. Kukoc has room and has the hoop.
Again, I think Phil Jackson is going to finish this quarter out strong. The last 2 minutes, try to push this thing up over 30 points. They tell Michael, put your warm-up on. I don't want to see you anymore out here tonight.
Smith has it poked away from behind by Michael. Kukoc is in the middle of a 3-on-2. And the Pacers break it up. Remember, when we talk about rest, if this thing should go the full 7, they will have played every other day for a week, beginning with Game 3 this past Saturday. Kukoc. The rebound to Smits. McKee. And Smits finally getting some points in this third quarter, but much too late.
That's some of the offense, Bob, that we saw in Market Square, where there would be penetration and Smith would slide out on that baseline, so when the big man helped, they could find him and he could make that little open jump shot.
Scotty flips it out to Kukoc. Rodman to Michael, an open 3, and he has 27.
See, that's the beauty of the triangle. Once they get you down, then their tempo controls the game. They spread you out on the floor. They keep the spacing. You make mistakes because you overexert yourself defensively, and they start picking you apart.
And now they take it away again. Here's Michael to Kukoc, and the lead is 31.
Indiana is saying, what in the world has hit us tonight? 87-56.
And they come to their feet at the United Center in complete appreciation of the performance put on by the Bulls tonight. Pippen swats it right back at Jackson's face. Michael from half court. The way things have gone tonight, it wouldn't have been that surprising had he made it. The whole series and the whole season series between these teams has been so close. And then from out of nowhere, it's the Bulls by 31. Back after these words from your local station. This is the NBA on NBC.
Let me tell you a little love story. Happened at this wedding. Groom's buddies all sneak out and do the usual number on the groom's car, right? There it was, most perfect black Ford Mustang known to man. So right when Mr. Shaving Cream's about to pull the trigger...
I can't do it, man. What? Just can't do it.
I mean, it's a Mustang. It'd be like defacing a national monument or something. Ford Mustang, built to last.
Happy birthday.
Oh, good. Another apple. Where's Danny?
Oh, you get down on the way I use my walk. Come on with me. No time to talk. Staying alive, staying alive. Staying alive.
Thank you.
Does everyone like basketball? Everybody understand?
You want to do something to help your community?
We're going to do some fundamental work,
You just got to get off the bench
and we're going to do some drills.
and volunteer.
Come on, good job.
Anyone can get involved. It's worth it.
Hey, the most important thing today is we're going to have fun.
Team up to improve your community.
Catch Jay with Ellen DeGeneres and Dennis Rodman, NBC tonight.
curious, when you power into a tight corner, does your beamer track G-loads, braking history, and regardless of throttle position, automatically downshift for more control?
I don't think so.
Maybe you should check your manual.
The all-new Seville STS with the North Star system. Racing-inspired shift control, the convenience of an automatic. It's not just new, it's what's next.
Braking history. It's not in there.
The all-new Seville STS. It's what's next.
Sit down with me after the game for playoff highlights.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Scottie Pippen. Now you're going to watch here. Mark Jackson's going to back the ball down. Scottie says, don't help me. I have him. Don't help me. You stay with your people. And Mark Jackson says, I'm going to back you down. Now this is not Brevin Knight or Charlie Ward. This is Scottie Pippen. And Scottie says, Mark, not tonight. And that's sort of been the story. Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan have been magnificent.
And magnificent defensively, as you see throughout their careers. As the fourth quarter begins, Jordan is on the bench. To this point, he's played 32 of the 36 minutes.
The Bulls had more points at half than the Pacers have at the end of the third quarter. That's how dominant they have been tonight, 57 to 56.
And Pippen adds 2 more on the reverse. They lead by 33.
Pippen came off that cut wide open. Kerr missed him. But the passing of Kukoc and the eye signal that he and Pippen had, Kukoc picked it right up and threw it right down the hole to him.
Derek McKee with the little hook.
Isaiah, the question I have is, on the opening I said that Indiana had planted a seed of doubt in the minds of the Chicago Bulls with their 2 great wins. With that said, the Bulls have come out tonight and made a tremendous statement. What are we going to see from Indiana back at Market Square? Do they think just going home is going to cure this?
You know, Doug, in the series, when you walk in, the pressure was on the Chicago Bulls tonight to win Game 5. And when Indiana goes home, there's no pressure on the Bulls. The pressure will be on the Pacers. And right now, the way they're playing, they're not a confident basketball team. As Larry Bird worried about, and Jim Gray told us earlier, he worried that if the Pacers really believed that they could beat Chicago.
I'll tell you one thing. It'll be loud at the start of that game on Friday night at Market Square. Some of the best fans in the league, one of the loudest arenas in the league.
And they're undefeated at home in the playoffs. So, I mean, they have reason to believe that they can go home and get this ship righted, maybe get Jalen Rose back, and that he will help their bench.
You're going to need it to be a little bit more than loud. You're going to have to figure out a way to score, to put the ball in the hole against this tough Chicago defense.
Pippen's troubles at the foul line continue. He makes just 1 of 2. McKee shoots over Scottie and doesn't get the roll. Smits out to Miller, and Burrell fouled him.
You know, Bob, we also talked about, was it a trend? Was it a fact that the Bulls were so dominant at homes in games 1 and 2, and then in games 3 and 4, it was Reggie Miller and the Pacers that dictated the game and won both by 2 points. Now we see that the home court once again dominant by Chicago. Will this be one of those series that comes down to 7 games with the home court being the difference?
But you know what, Doug, it was a different kind of dominance. You know, in game 1 and 2, Indiana actually had a chance to win those games. In 3 and 4, Chicago had a chance to win the games in Indiana. But when you look at tonight's game, I mean, Chicago has totally come out and humiliated and embarrassed Indiana. I mean, this has been no contest.
Reggie got poked in the eye. They called it 20 to give him a chance to gather himself, and Michael continues to watch from the Bulls bench.
I think as he goes up for the shot right here, you see Scott Burrell comes up over the top and gets him. But right before he went over the top, his hand grazed Reggie Miller right in the eye.
And you can see a little bit of redness in that area. Miller has 13 points tonight. And it's an even 30 again. A whistle. And an Indiana foul.
You know, you may ask, why does Indiana still have some of its starters out on the floor? I remember Chuck Daly, when we were losing to Boston, he would keep the starters out on the floor just so we can feel the pain and feel how bad it was to get out there and get embarrassed and lose.
Foul was on Antonio Davis. Kukoc switches to the right hand and flips it home.
Now, Isaiah, you said at halftime he was a beautiful man. You feel that way even though he put that pain on you and made you stay out on the floor in these kind of games?
Well, it made us grow up. It made us learn. You know, it made us mature into champions.
Antonio Davis stuffed it, and Pippen arrived late and fouled him. How many times did you have to endure it before you got the message?
Well, we had to endure that type of pain that Larry Bird and the Celtics was putting on us for years. And what Indiana has yet to figure out is, you know, they've been to the Eastern Conference Finals a couple of times, and when you look at Bird's mentality and what he's all about as a champion, he's concerned that these guys haven't learned. They can't figure out how to stay away from that pain, so he's making them go through it now again.
Three-point play for Antonio Davis after the 5th foul on Pippen. 10 minutes remaining. And it's through Scotty's hands and out of bounds. Back to Chicago after this.
Do or Die Game 6, Friday night at 9 Eastern on NBC.
Got your Bud Light? You can't hit my friend. Let's go. I'm thirsty.
Taste that won't fill you up and never let you down.
Looks like you're buying.
Make it a Bud Light.
Coach is calling for the Heat.
Baby, baby, it looks like it's gonna hail. Baby, baby, it looks like it's gonna hail. You better come inside, let me teach you how to jive and wheel. Oh, you gotta jump and jive and then you really gotta jump and jive and then you really gotta jump and jive and then you really.
You sign a lot of autographs?
Oh, yeah, you?
Some. They asked me to bend stuff a lot.
I can see that. What?
It's Lois. She's in trouble.
Did you look through that building?
Well, kind of. It's glass. Lois!
Superman, I've forgotten my wallet.
I can't carry money in this. I'm powerless.
I'm not.
My hero.
You can do more with the American Express card. Could you? For my kid.
Introducing the most luxuriously appointed Acura ever made, the RL Special Edition. With distinctive features like heated, leather-trimmed seats, a 6-disc CD changer, diamond-cut alloy wheels, and accented body panels. However, by design, it is available only for a limited time. The RL Special Edition from Acura, the true definition of luxury, yours.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. By Acura, the true definition of luxury, yours. And by Pizza Hut, home of the new Sicilian pizza. Can you handle it?
Scotty and Michael both out of the game with Chicago in front by 29. Steve Kerr is on Travis Best as the backup point guard brings it to the front court. Antonio Davis looking to work on Bill Wennington, and Wennington fouled him. The Utah Jazz at home in Salt Lake. Watching tonight's game, what, if anything, guys, can they get out of this?
Remember now, Utah was down 2-0 last year in the finals, and Chicago went to Utah. Utah won 2 games. It was a 2-2 series, and Chicago found a way to win Game 3. Michael had the big three-point shot to help win that game. He wasn't feeling well. They were able to find a way to win the game. They came home and put it away on Steve Kerr's jump shot. So, excuse me, on Game 5, they came back and won it on Game 6. So they have been here exactly where the Pacers are, and they were on their home floor. And I think my biggest thing is, regardless of who Utah plays, they've worked all season long for that home court. That first game is going to be tough to win because they've been resting so long.
Doug, if I'm watching this game and I'm Utah and I'm thinking that Chicago is going to win this series, I'm wondering, how do I match up with Tony Kukoc, Michael Jordan, and Scottie Pippen in the backcourt because Phil Jackson has made that adjustment?
A big assumption still to say that the Bulls will get there, because outside of this game, the Pacers have been competitive with them all year long, and they do have Game 6 at home. Wennington turns and misses. And there's a foul. A moment ago, Fred Hoiberg got his first basket on the breakaway dunk, and Michael is coming back in with 9:01 on the clock here in the fourth.
I'm a little surprised at that move, because the one thing you do is you set yourself up in a 25-point game here. If, God forbid, you twist an ankle or something in a game like this. So, you know, Phil's rolling little dice here that, you know, Michael doesn't tweak an ankle or something, which could be a factor in Game 6.
Yeah, but I think what Phil Jackson is thinking right here, Doug, is that we really want to knock the confidence out of the Pacers. We don't want to go to 7 games. So as much doubt as we can put in the Pacers' mind, right now we're going to try to do that.
And also, he is 2 points from 35,000. So let's see if Michael gets 2 if Phil takes him back out of the game.
Kerr to Michael against McKee. Juggled it, recovered it. Now it's Kerr for the 3. And Antonio Davis for the rebound. Whether this goes 6 or 7, the finals open a week from tonight. Davis, a sub 50% free throw shooter, stays true to form.
One of the guys who's really struggled tonight has been Travis Best. He was so brilliant in games 3 and 4. Big plays in both games. Remember that drive that put the game within 1 before Reggie's heroics. Tonight he is 0 for 5 with no assists in 14 minutes.
Michael starts his move, spins into a crowd, and gets fouled. He has not missed a game, talking about the possibility of an injury here. He has not missed a game since his return from baseball in 1995.
You know, that's what makes Michael Jordan so great. The thing that knocked Larry Bird out in Boston was injuries. You know, an illness knocked Magic Johnson out. An injury knocked me out of the game. But Michael Jordan has been able to sustain his health and also sustain his mental concentration. And therefore, the Chicago Bulls are virtually almost unbeatable throughout this run.
Rodman leaves. Wennington pops a jumper, gets his own rebound, and thunders to the hoop.
Well, I tell you also, you know, it takes some luck to stay away from injury. Michael had the freak injury where he broke the foot. But I will tell you this guy is the most relentless worker to keep his strength and conditioning up. He, Scotty, and Ron Harper work consistently so that they can help stay away from injury. So, yes, you have to be a little lucky, but he has put the work in.
The Derek McKee basket makes it a 24-point Chicago lead. Here is Michael. Throwing one up on the run, and it's another thing of beauty. 35,000 career points, regular and postseason combined. 35,000 exactly. 29 of them tonight. And there's a foul against Chicago. Another couple of looks at Michael's last 2 points. 6:54 to play in the game. Chicago by 26.
Now you watch this Jordan to square McKee up, and he break him down and takes him left and then cuts him off. Flips it high off the glass. And you're watching the NBA on NBC.
And how are you going to stop that?
You can only survive on what you find in the forest. We'll meet in 5 days here. And good luck.
The Honda CR-V has its own picnic table, waterproof storage compartment, and 2 power outlets. For those times when you have to rough it.
I love nature.
Unleash the beast. Unleash the beast. Unleash the beast, Milwaukee's best.
It's a fast-paced world for small business today. To stay on top, you need to react to change with lightning speed. That's why we're introducing Kinko's Express, the new 24-hour self-service area that lets you get things done fast. Kinko's Express, the new way to office.
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
I'm looking for Pine Street.
Go down to the fork in the road. Right, but make sure you take the left fork. Right. Then you see a big brown dog. Keep straight. 2 blocks down the street, you see a man named Slappy selling maps. Well, don't buy one. You already got one. Right. Hang a right at Slappy. That's a left, right? A right. Left. Right. Okay. Right. Keep straight. Watch out for the goat. Then you see a big McDonald's and... Right. Did somebody say McDonald's? Aren't you glad we brought you here? I'm glad.
Now another Just Shoot Me moment.
Nina, I know this magazine like the back of my hand. I am perfectly capable of making it to the men's room on my own.
Just Shoot Me, Thursdays on NBC.
Ahmad Rashad back here at United Center in Chicago with the Bulls up by 36 now. We've been having a conversation about Michael Jordan still being in the game with this big of a lead, but I believe that the reason of him being in the game is to keep the continuity because they have sort of whimpered away at the end of the games. And to win a game like this, they still want to win it running away rather than having everything fall apart. Now, there may be one other reason, too, because, and I don't want to get on this a little bit too much, but if this is, in fact, his last year, he certainly doesn't want to spend any time on the bench. Now, I just want to throw that out there for you guys, and then we'll leave it alone. All right, Bob?
Well, Ahmad might be in a position to know more than the rest of us. Jordan to Wennington. He's always had that kind of range if you give him a little bit of room. On Travis Best. Clock winding down towards 6 minutes to play in the fourth. Hoiberg had to arc it high and missed it. Michael skies for the rebound, and you hold your breath if you're Chicago when he goes down on a play like that. With a 27-point lead.
Yeah, and I think that Phil Jackson was holding his breath. Scott Burrell's coming in. Let's see if he gets Michael out of the game.
If so, Michael's looking for a last touch here. Working hard without the ball. Wennington, though, will shoot it. Mullen takes it away from Simpkins. Jordan has 29, Pippen's 20, and Kukoc 19. Miller leads Indiana's feeble attack tonight with 14. Turnover, and Simpkins has it.
Now, Davis and Jordan got tied up under the basket right there. Jordan was chasing Mullen hard. Davis laid his pick on him, and they got tangled up, and Jordan threw Davis off.
See if Michael gets one more shot up. If he looks over and sees Scott Burrell and says, look, if it comes to me, I'm going to let it go.
He's calling for it, but Simpkins wants a shot of his own. And he gets the basket, which the crowd reacts to. It's his first hoop. Reggie Miller might be done for the night. No use putting that sprained ankle to a further test in this situation. Offensive foul on the Pacers.
See, that's the result of the tangle-up that he and Jordan had underneath.
That's it for Antonio Davis with fouls, and it's it for Michael Jordan as well with 4:48 remaining. And he retires for the evening with 29 points and his team in front by 28.
Now, Bob, I don't think the 29 is a huge number, but what I thought he did in that first quarter was establish what the Bulls were going to do. He got in that post early, got them confident. Scottie Pippen was excellent, and it really filtered on to the rest of his team.
Judd Bushler getting some playing time now. Here's Judd with the ball. Simpkins. Oh, he thinks he's a scorer now. Right to the hoop goes Lubara Dickie Simpkins. And he draws the foul. We'll hop on the interstate. What do you say we drive it? Let's not fly. A little more than a 3-hour drive. You up for that tomorrow?
In the Cracker Barrel.
We're there. Yeah, the restaurant gets a free plug now. They'll pick up your tab for sure this time. We'll be en route to Indianapolis sometime tomorrow and back with you Friday night at 9 Eastern, 8 Central for Game 6 from Market Square. The Big Three can sit back and enjoy the last 4.5 minutes.
Bob, if I'm not mistaken, it's either 5 or 6 offensive fouls the Pacers have tonight, moving on screens.
Boy, is that Travis Best quick, though. He sliced through there in a hurry.
Well, that's the problems that he posed to the Chicago Bulls in 3 and 4. Now, in games 3 and 4 tonight, we have not seen that. They have really had a good handle on him. Now, remember, when he first came into the game, Randy Brown had the primary task of guarding him early. Now we see Steve Kerr with him.
You know what's impressive to me about Chicago's second unit that's on the floor right now? Now, this is garbage time, this is rat time, but they're still disciplined enough to execute their offense. And Doug, you know from being a coach that a lot of times at this point in the game, guys that come down, they get out of their patterns and everything else. But let's watch Chicago and see how they continue to execute and space the floor.
Whistler, his first shot. Got a good look, but missed it. Best pulls up, and Simpkins rebounds the miss. Scott Burrell in for Michael. And there's a foul on the play.
It's on Winnington. He set the moving pick. That time he caught the ball, and as he tried to pivot, he knocked off Fred Hoiberg.
Hope Lou Carnesecca is watching the game. 3 of his St. John's boys involved. Mark Jackson, Chris Mullen, and Bill Wennington on that team, along with Walter Berry, that went to the Final Four in the mid-'80s.
Well, and Bill Wennington almost signed with the Pacers in the offseason, as we see Fred Hoiberg with the dunk, but Wennington was very close to going to the Pacers. They were going to give him a 2-year contract. The Bulls gave him 1. He decided to come back for another championship run, but he was going to be reunited once again with Chris Mullen and Mark Jackson.
Simpkins lost the dribble, but it bounces to Wennington, who cans the jumper. He's got 8 off the Chicago bench. Hoiberg off to Best. Gets it back and hits the side of the backboard with an awful shot. Best connects on a 3. Chicago by 25, which was their lead at the half. Simpkins. And at 5'11", Best has the rebound. Takes off to the other end and there's contact and a foul on Chicago. With 2:25 left. Back to Chicago after this.
It's an Acura 24-valve V6, like the Acura NSX. It's the power sequential multi-port fuel injection, like the NSX. It's four-wheel independent double wishbone suspension, like the NSX. It's comfortable seating for 5, like 2.5 NSXs. It's the TL from Acura, the true definition of luxury. Yours.
There's a medical emergency, but no hospital. What do? Build one. Leadership. Learn it now in the Army Reserve. Use it now in your career.
Who you looking for?
Mr. Goldstein.
That's me, baby. I'm Mr. Goldstein.
When Black and Blue scammed a truckload of cell phones, they hooked up the entire neighborhood.
Sure is hard being a businessman.
But now, the mob and the feds want to put them out of business permanently.
We got to disappear.
Master P, A.J. Johnson, Ice Cube, Snoop Doggy Dogg. I got the hookup.
I beat up with a black shirt, no boxing draws.
Say what? Rated R. Now playing at a theater near you.
Red Dog rules for living, number 18. Sheep travel in flocks. Cattle travel in herds. But dogs travel in packs.
Send your packages in 2 days with FedEx to lots of different places. You get lots of different prices.
Send your packages in 2 days with UPS to lots of different places. You get lots of different prices.
Send your packages in 2 to 3 days with priority mail to lots of different places. You get the same price. You know, $3.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Lisa Leslie, Dawn Staley, and college star Shamiqua Holdsclaw lead Team USA at the Women's World Championship of Basketball, June 6th and 7th on NBC.
Former world #1 Marcelo Rios, Martina Hingis, Venus Williams, Michael Chang, and more. The French Open this weekend on NBC.
Welcome back to Chicago. I'm Jim Gray. Well, you might be wondering how the Utah Jazz are preparing for the finals. Well, talked to Jerry Sloan after they beat the Lakers, and he told me he was just going to send a local scout, Bob Sullivan, here to the game tonight and to scout these two teams. Said he wasn't going to send any of his staff because he really didn't want to waste any of the money. Said he really hadn't been watching much of this series because he was busy with his. Said he didn't know how much he would watch after they won. He said, we'll know what we need to know when we need to know, because when we finally find out who we play, then we'll have all the information we need. Bob?
Boy, that's Jerry Sloan for you. None of this high-tech stuff. None of these extra tapes and computer printouts. Hey, we'll know what we need to know. They did in the regular season against Chicago. They beat them both times they played them. They split 2 with the Pacers. Bench getting a chance to play. Bushler can't get his first field goal. Hoiberg, a 3. Simpkins has the rebound. They have Randy Brown, Judd Bushler, Dickie Simpkins, Scott Burrell, and Bill Wennington on the floor. Simpkins, 5 seconds to shoot. Wennington tried to and was fouled by Mark West, who's making his first appearance of the series. He's the only present Pacer who has ever been to the NBA Finals. He was Phoenix's center, at least one of them, in '93 when they played the Bulls in the championship round.
I coached Mark West for a year in Detroit. He was one of my favorite players. He's the ultimate pro. He was great with young guys. He came to work every day. And unfortunately for us, we played the Orlando Magic in the first round of the playoffs that year, and he had to go against Shaquille O'Neal. But this guy is the ultimate professional. I have the great respect for him.
Now in his 15th year out of Old Dominion.
Not only is he a professional, but he's also very intelligent. In the summer, he's a broker.
That would be a stockbroker?
Yes.
Yeah. Because there's lots of things you could broker.
That is true, Bob.
West. Hey, how about that? Chance for a three-point play.
A stockbroker and a hook shot artist, too. but a poor free throw shooter. This is one guy you don't want at the free throw line in crunch time.
You know, most stockbrokers that I've encountered in games at the YMCA are very poor free throw shooters. And West misses that one. The final score is going to look a bit more respectable for Indiana. Although not if the Bulls keep doing that. Burrell makes it 106-83.
I would love to be in the Pacers locker room when Larry Bird talked to his team tonight. I would just love to hear what he had to say to get them prepared. Now they've got to beat the Bulls 2 times in a row to knock them out. And the next game they face is an elimination game because now it's pressure time. They know they cannot lose, Bob, so that puts more pressure on them as they play at home.
I think what he goes back in the locker room and he says to them, hey, let's just forget about this game. We know we're a much better team than this. Let's go back, get our rest, come out game 6, and fight for our life.
How would you like to be Larry Bird's dinner companion after this one?
See, I think these type of losses are easier for a coach and players to take when you lose by margins such as this because you know you can play better and you know you're a much better team. I think those 4 or 5 point losses, those are the difficult losses to take.
And you don't know whether Reggie's just hit the game-winning shot or they're losing by 22 points. Again, it's the consistency that we talked about. Larry Bird, this is the same way he approaches every game. No matter what the magnitude is, that's the same look that you get.
Hoiberg hits the free throws. Less than a minute to play. Dickie Simpkins has it rejected by Dale Davis. Hoiberg runs into Kerr. The officials don't blow a whistle as we play out the last few seconds. And now Burrell stuffs it back in Hoiberg's face.
But officials not going to blow the whistle at this point in time unless it's something that's pretty obvious and flagrant. They want this game to get over just like Indiana does.
Isaiah, one thing you learn as a player real quickly, at this stage of the game, you don't go to the basket because the referees want to get this game over too. So you'll look around and say, where's the foul? And they go, are you kidding me? Pull up and shoot the jump shot.
Well, Travis Best didn't, and he did get the whistle here, so he'll come to the free throw line. Bird flanked by his veteran assistant, Dick Harder, and the young assistant, Rick Carlisle. It's Carlisle who designs their offense, and Harder who puts their defense into effect.
I think one of the things they're going to have to talk about is Michael Jordan early in the post. If he does that in Indianapolis, what are they going to do? And the outside series that Chicago hurt them with Pippen tonight, roaring around that corner and getting the ball to the basket. Those were 2 specific things that they're going to have to talk about before they play on Friday night.
Yeah, on the defensive end, that's correct, Doug. And on the offensive end, I think they're going to have to figure out a way to get Smits involved earlier so he can establish his dominance in the post if he can, unlonely.
Indiana got it down under 20, which is small solace. Bushler just holding the ball. Now unleashing a 3 at the horn. Chicago wins it 106-87. Michael Jordan plays 36 minutes, shoots 12 of 20, scores 29 with 7 rebounds and 4 assists, and here he is with Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Bob. Michael, if the Pacers planted a seed of doubt by winning the last 2 games, it was certainly not evident tonight.
Well, they were playing without a key member, so we decided just to attack the people that they had, see who they're going to have to replace them. And Reggie didn't seem to have the energy that he had in Indiana. I don't know if the ankle was bothering him or what, but we tried to keep pressure on him as much as possible.
You told me before the game that the playoffs are all about intensity and pressure, and you guys applied both of those tonight to the Pacers.
Yeah, I was saying it earlier, we haven't been put in this position in a long time, and this is good for us, I think, to learn how to focus and to go out and do our jobs when we have to do it. And, we'd like to go ahead and take care of business early, but, we had problems early, and, our backs are to the wall. We had to come back here and win a game, and now we got to go back to Indianapolis and win a game.
Tonight, it seemed like all of you guys were focused, and obviously the plan was just to attack the Pacers.
Well, it's very obvious that we were focused. I mean, you can see our all-around play. Everybody came out and contributed, and, when we play our best basketball, that's when that's when everybody's contributing. And, tonight was a good example of that.
All right, Michael, congratulations on a good game. We'll see you on Friday. All right, back to you, Bob.
Ahmad, thanks. We step aside for a moment. When we return, we'll hear from Scottie Pippen. Chicago leads the best of 7, 3 games to 2.
Is it pain? Is it pleasure? Gatorade, is it in you?
Listen, Charlie, there's no way that my client is going to go for something like this. And what is with this paragraph? Listen, Charlie, you're killing me here. You've been through this a million times, Charlie. Yeah.
The Civic sedan from Honda.
No.
What more do you need?
Charlie, I gotta go. Somebody's here.
In closing, Todd,
I think it's extremely insulting.
that some people get the best equipment,
A ThinkPad.
but we have to schlep around these slow, ugly, cheesy pieces of...
You can't write that.
So, nice working for you, Todd. Enjoy the rest of your silly, political little life.
What are you doing, Phil?
Period, set.
It's your new ThinkPad.
Unsend.
Unsend.
ThinkPad. It's what they want. And now you can afford to give it to them.
Who can wait for the end of the month? I need to know right now. I am able to get information on the internet. I can go to my Prudential account online any time of the day. Prudential has definitely made me a better investor. I'm participating. I'm there. I'm looking at it, and I'm making some judgment calls, and I'm calling my financial advisor. I can make decisions. I have control over my finances, and that's important to me.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut, the most intense-tasting pizza ever. This ain't no waltz through the daffodils. It's a sprint through a minefield with 4 corners. This is as much oregano, basil, and garlic as you can jam into the crust without the government regulating it. I got one word for you, pal. Duck and cover! This is the mother of all pizzas. Our new Sicilian pizza, only at Pizza Hut. Only $8.99. For the absolute mother of a deal, get up to 3 toppings or any specialty pizza for $2 more. Can you handle it?
And now the working definition of negotiation.
You can choose one. Dental plan, child care, or all the jumbo shrimp you can eat in an hour.
Working, just like your job, only funnier. NBC Wednesdays.
Back in Chicago, the Bulls have taken a 3-2 lead here in this series. I'm now joined by Scottie Pippen, 20 points for Scottie tonight. Scottie, how concerned were you before this game? Were there some anxious moments in the locker room?
I just think we were just anxious to get back out on the court. You know, it was such a disappointing loss down in Indiana for us. I think both losses, we felt like we should have got out of there with at least one win. And we were just anxious to get back home and, you know, try to perform a lot better than we did the last couple games.
This game basically over at the half. What are you trying to accomplish in the second half? Because Indiana wants to send a message back to you guys saying, hey, this thing isn't over, but they really weren't able to accomplish that.
Well, we just wanted to stay aggressive. We didn't want to lose the momentum that we had worked very hard for in the first half and allow this team to sort of itch their way back into the game. We just stayed aggressive and kept attacking them.
Tony banged up his shoulder. He was going to join us. How is his shoulder? Is it a concern for Friday?
Well, I'm sure it's going to be pretty sore tomorrow, but, you know, hopefully after a couple of days he'll be ready. We got to go down to Indiana, and it's going to be very tough there for us.
Scottie, thanks for joining us.
Sure, thanks.
All right, let's send it back over to you, Bob.
And Jim, thank you. Again, the final score from Chicago, Bulls 106, Pacers 87. The Eastern Conference Finals continue on Friday, 9 Eastern, 8 Central, Game 6 from Market Square Arena. Tonight, after your late local news, it's The Tonight Show with Jay Leno. Listen to this show. Ellen DeGeneres, Dennis Rodman, I'm guessing it's a repeat, and dog impersonator Vinny Bazane. God, I hope he does the Cocker Spaniel. That's my favorite. For Isaiah Thomas, Doug Collins, Ahmad Rashad, and Jim Gray, I'm Bob Costas. This has been the NBA on NBC.
The Tucson Jordan.
The defensive brilliance of Scottie Pippen. And the unique contributions of Dennis Rodman. So the Bulls continue their run through the playoffs and toward a 6th NBA championship. With a Chicago win tonight, the Pacers are through, and the Bulls are through the East and on to the finals. Game 6 next.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1998 NBA playoffs. Tonight, it's the Chicago Bulls versus the Indiana Pacers.
Plenty of energy, but also plenty of tension apparent as Game 6 approaches at Market Square Arena. As a player with the Boston Celtics, Larry Bird went to the NBA Finals 5 times, winning 3. But inside his locker room, you see the faces of players who have never been there. None of them, with the exception of seldom used reserve Mark West, has ever been to the NBA Finals. They've got to win 2 in a row against the defending champions to get there, beginning tonight. And we welcome you inside Market Square Arena for Game 6. I'm Bob Costas. The Indiana Pacers will not go easily, especially at home. But for a moment, let's consider this from the Chicago Bulls' perspective. They want to win tonight and finish it tonight for 3 very important reasons. First and most obviously, if they let it go to a 7th game, there's no guarantee that they win that game, even though it would be played in Chicago. So that's item number 1. Number 2, by winning tonight, they'd gain at least a couple of extra days of rest before going to Utah to open the finals. If they let it go to Sunday, even if they win it, they head for Salt Lake City with virtually no rest. And number 3, if they let this go to a 7th game, even should they advance, it means that they went through the Eastern Conference Finals without winning on the road. They must win on the road to be champions for a 6th time because Utah holds home court advantage against them in the finals. Now, in their 5 championship seasons, the Bulls have played 20 playoff series. In only one of them have they been taken to an elimination game, and never in the conference finals or in the NBA finals. As we're joined by Isaiah Thomas and Doug Collins, we put the question to you, Doug. What do the Bulls have to do tonight to avoid a 7th and deciding game?
Well, Bob, in talking to Larry Bird today, his biggest concern is his team's defense. The Bulls are in a great offensive rhythm. In the last 3 games, you can see their first half. 56, 54, and 57 points. Now, why has that occurred? Because their big 3 scorers have been terrific. Michael Jordan has got into the post early and often. Very little resistance in Game 5. Scottie Pippen's play has picked up, and he's been aggressive going to the basket. He's been vital. And then Tony Kukoc arguably having his best playoff series yet as a Chicago Bull. In Game 5, these 3 players combined for 68 points, which was 64% of their team's points. Bob, I think tonight for the Pacers, they must have a defensive stand in the first quarter. They must help on Michael Jordan early and get a body on Pippen and Kukoc. They need a defensive stand after what happened in Game 5.
Well, Doug, Larry Bird does get a key reserve. Jalen Rose back for Game 6. He served the 1-game suspension for Game 5. But it's hard to imagine, Zeke, that the Pacers will be heading for Chicago for a 7th game unless they get big numbers tonight from their 2 top scorers, Smits and Miller.
Bob, and when you talk about Reggie Miller and Rick Smits, the key word is aggression. Offensively, they must be aggressive. You see Smits at home, he's able to seal and get inside position. But on the road, he's been a totally different player. They let Longley box him out, able to shoot over the top, and Reggie Miller hasn't got a screen. Larry Bird wants his players to set screen. Miller can't get his own shot, so therefore Harper's chasing him off screen. And when you look at their productivity at home and on the road, you look at what they've done in the losses away from home. But you look at what they've done in the wins at home. Now, when you talk about the Indiana Pacers, again, it's going to depend on Reggie Miller and Rick Smits being aggressive offensively. Bob?
Now, moments ago, just before they hit the floor at Market Square, Michael Jordan had these words for his teammates.
Okay, man, let's go. You got to play above the ref. Don't let the ref check us out again. Let's try to do our job. What time is it? Game time!
Well, if there's concern about the refs and about them possibly taking either team out of this game, it is a good crew. Joe Crawford, Danny Crawford, and Hugh Hollins. Now, Hugh Hollins, as Bulls fans will remember, was involved in a controversial call, a foul call on Scottie Pippen in a playoff game against the Knicks when Michael Jordan was off playing baseball, a call that went against the Bulls, and the Bulls eventually lost that series. Fans don't forget, players don't forget. Hannah Storm and company will take it from the Showtime studio in New York after this message. Then we'll be back to Indiana for Game 6.
Today, a breath of fresh air blew into the NBA when a 19-year-old kid made his debut and stole the show.
He was different. He played with such emotion. It's very simple. He had eyes in the back of his head.
Before he played, you could get seats.
That's why they call him what they do.
The great thing about life is you never know what you might want to do next. With the American Express card, it can be anything you like.
How could you tell what a home is worth? Is it what you could get for it today? Or something more enduring? Is it about a cozy porch? Is it a nice yard? A comfortable living room? Or is it better schools, safer streets, the feeling of security? You see, when you own a home, you're not just building a brighter future for your family. You're building a brighter future for all of us. For a free guide that can help you on the path to home ownership, call the Fannie Mae Foundation.
Hi, everybody. Hannah Storm back in our New York studio along with John Sally, Peter Vesey, and Matt Gukas. Tip-off for the Bulls and Pacers is 9:15 Eastern, and we'll send you back to Market Square Arena in just a few moments. Indiana coming off a Wednesday night performance in which they were both passive and very disappointing to their coach, Larry Bird. How do they turn things around at home tonight, Matt? They've been a different team at Market Square Arena.
Hannah, the Pacers have to take a page out of the Chicago book from Game 5, and that is be aggressive in taking the ball to the basket. And it starts with the point guards. Mark Jackson able to lessen some of Scottie Pippen's pressure in Game 3 by getting into more of an attack mode. And the book on Jackson forced him left, where he's not so much a scoring threat, but he can be a creator going that way. Into the lane, draws Tony Kukoc, the teardrop lob to Dale Davis for a rare hoop. And in the 2 Indiana wins, Travis Best has been the man in the fourth quarter. Nobody on Chicago can get a handle on Best, including Michael Jordan. And just enough scoring from Jackson and Best in those wins, and a very good assist-turnover ratio. Now, for Indiana to win, Reggie Miller and Rick Smits have to score and be productive, but it's the point guards that have to set the tone.
Well, you were actually right the other night, John. You said that the Chicago Bulls were going to come in and blow out the Pacers, and that's exactly what they did. But they haven't been able to dominate in Indianapolis. Can they repeat the performance tonight?
I think so. I'm sure they're going to come in, they're going to jump all over the Pacers tonight and establish exactly how the game is going to be. And I know that the Pacers are upset, and they say, hey, we got embarrassed in Chicago, but it's human nature to sit back and think, you know what, maybe we're not so good. Maybe these are the Bulls, and maybe they need to go into the finals. And I know the second idea is going to be that Utah is sitting back going, come on with the Bulls, we got the home court. But I know Chicago basketball was last Wednesday, and Utah has to be ready for it.
Pacers really have to wonder whether they can beat the Bulls when they turn it up, whether they want to go through that pain to get back to Chicago and then get spanked all over again.
That's right. You want to stay at home and go to sleep.
Well, they're not going to have a chance of getting to Game 7 if they don't improve vastly tonight. The Pacers looking to force that final game, and the Utah Jazz, meanwhile, in the midst of a 9-day layoff before they host Game 1 of the finals next Wednesday night. The challenge for the Jazz is to stay sharp during their time off. Yesterday, Jim Gray spoke with Karl Malone.
The Utah Jazz are returning to the NBA Finals.
Now, Jerry Sloan was quite aggravated with the Jazz yesterday. He said the team is lazy and complacent, and maybe they should just be riding around Salt Lake City in a convertible. Did that hit home with you guys?
Maybe, you know, it's kind of like maybe guys think we won it all, you know.
Was he right?
Well, I think, with some degree, I think he was right about some guys. Maybe guys got a little too many things going on. But we got the time to correct that before we get ready to play, and that's the luxury.
Are you trying to get away from basketball?
Oh, yes, and I have. I've been able to get away from basketball a lot.
So you're not watching the Pacers and the Bulls at all?
No. My mom's in town, and she kind of keeps me abreast of it because I didn't know my mom liked basketball that much either.
There are aren't a whole lot of teams that have the collective mindset that they can beat the Bulls, if in fact it is the Bulls that you'll play. You guys have that mindset now. What changed for you? How did you get that?
You know, with the Bulls, they got great talent on that team. And if you allow yourself to be in awe, you are 50, 60% beat already. And then Michael, Scotty, Tony, Dennis is going to finish the rest. You have to go in with the same mindset to play those guys just like they play you. You know, you have to be physical within the rules. You have to take it to them. When you're on your heels, they make you pay for it because they've been there and they won championships. They know how to win championships.
The Jazz played the Bulls in a competitive 6-game finals last season, and they swept the Bulls this season. You would think they would be over any sense of awe they might have of Chicago, Peter.
No question about it. There's no intimidation factor here and no awe at all. Now the world knows what the league has known for a long time, that Karl Malone is the best power forward in the history of the NBA. He has totally redefined the position in terms of durability, inside presence, outside shooting, defense, rebounding, and when he learned to pass, that's why the Jazz are now in the finals 2 straight years.
Well, plenty more from Karl Malone coming up at halftime. There has not been a Game 7 yet in this year's playoffs. The Indiana Pacers are hoping their home court magic can change that tonight. Tip-off of the Bulls and Pacers coming up from Indianapolis. The NBA playoffs on NBC continue right after these messages.
Nothing. For a moment, I thought your parents were home.
Over the years, one brand has won more 4x4 awards than any other name in history. Once again, we've captured everyone's attention. Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited, 4x4 of the year. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s in all the world.
My girls were in an accident. I called Prudential. Good afternoon, Prudential. They told me what to do.
We will do an estimate of the damages.
It was just wonderful.
And then begin immediate repair.
I can authorize a rental vehicle for you. I have gotten other quotes from other insurance companies. I'm calling about the accident you reported today. They really can't compare. We'll do what we need to do to get this resolved as quickly as possible. You're all set.
Thanks for calling Prudential.
I've found a good company, and I'm staying with them.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that whenever you feel good, it's Miller time. By Jeep, makers of the Jeep Grand Cherokee, Cherokee, and Wrangler. And by the irresistible taste that makes you say, did somebody say McDonald's?
Counting the regular season, the Chicago Bulls have beaten the Indiana Pacers 5 out of 9. Prior to Game 5 of this series, almost all those games were close. In fact, there was only a 2-point differential between the teams through the first 8 games. Then came the Game 5 blowout, led by Michael Jordan, who had 29, and had he been forced to play more, probably could have had around 40. Tony Kukoc, after a slow start in this series, is now shooting 50% through 5 games. And Phil Jackson hoping for his 6th trip to the NBA Finals and a rematch with Jerry Sloan and the Utah Jazz. Miller and Jackson in the backcourt, although Travis Best has been getting a lot of playing time, as you know, at the point for Larry Bird. Smith has played well in the home games and has pretty much been shut down at the United Center. Larry Bird told us today he doesn't enjoy lobbying the officials, but he feels, as he puts it, that he's got to stand up for my guys because Phil Jackson is doing it for Chicago. We go to Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Bob. I was in the locker room with the Bulls before the game. Very business-like attitude. Michael Jordan told me that this game is all about closure. pressure. Now, Bob, you mentioned the things in our opening about if they win tonight, they have a longer rest period. If they lose, they at least can play Game 7. Michael told me that it is not about anything about that. It is about right here and right now. He says they're the defending NBA champions, and every now and then you got to prove that. Tonight will be one of those nights. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, I spoke to Larry Bird, and he is very disappointed with his team and the way they played in Game 5. He said they lacked effort. He said he's not going to tolerate that at all tonight. He went on to say that he feels that the Bulls are going to come in here very, very confident because of that performance. He concluded by saying, we've got to beat the Bulls not twice, but 4 times. I derive absolutely no moral victories or any personal satisfaction in losing 4 games to 2. It means nothing to me. I hope my team understands that. Bob?
Jim, thanks, and we're underway. The tip to the Pacers. Smith from Miller. He takes the game's first shot and gets the roll on it. Pippen is cutting and Kukoc sees it. Scotty missed it but keeps it alive. To the left hand, and he ties the game. Kukoc did not get the assist on that good pass, but he had 7 assists Wednesday night, really showing good vision.
Well, this is exactly what Scottie Pippen did in Game 5, take the ball right to the front of the basket. He did it 3 possessions in a row the other night. Tonight, you see it once again.
Dale Davis bounces off Kukoc, and Indiana reclaims the early lead.
And you see the aggression right away that Indiana has, going with Smith directly to the basket and Davis directly to the basket.
Harper around the Longley screen. Luke's got it back. And a whistle from Joe Crawford for an Indiana foul. It's on Mullen. Larry Bird told us earlier today he's looking for some aggression. Controlled aggression, sure, but some sort of aggressiveness from his team. He felt they were entirely too passive as the game got away from them in Chicago on Wednesday night. Michael with a nice look inside for Longley, but he can't finish it. Now his pass deflected and stolen by Jackson. He's got Miller on his right. Reggie for 3. And Kukoc has the rebound. Those are the kind of open looks they're looking for in transition. But that time, they couldn't put it down. Harper baseline. Longley follows.
Not a good sign now. Good defense by the Pacers. They've given up 4 offensive rebounds right now, Bob. Rebounding has not been a factor in the 5-game series, but tonight, look for that on the boards for the Chicago Bulls.
And the reason why, Doug, is because they're double-teaming Jordan in the post, which is leaving one of their offensive players available to go get the board.
Dale Davis muscles it home for his second hoop.
See, that's a matchup that they can exploit all night because Kukoc doesn't have the strength to guard Davis inside.
Kukoc from Pippen. Ties it at 6.
Tony Kukoc is playing with such confidence. Bobby's a much better player when he starts. Now, I know that puts Dennis Rodman on the bench, but when Kukoc gets into flow and hits his early shots, he's a dynamic player for this team.
He had 19 with 7 assists and 5 rebounds in Game 5. Jackson misses the 3. Trying to hawk Kukoc from behind, but Tony gets rid of it to Pippen. He may have traveled, no call. Michael's first shot is long. Rebound Miller. Smith lost it. Jordan chases it down.
See, Michael Jordan read that all the way from the weak side. Read Mark Jackson's eyes, got the steal.
Pippen misses the 3. Davis outlets to Jackson. Mullen with a good look, but can't hit it. Jackson wins the loose ball fight. Smith screening for Miller. And Reggie is fouled by Longley. Chris Mullen missing a moment ago. A bad sign for the Pacers. Because the Bulls are so good defensively, and Mullen at this stage of his career has lost what little quickness he once had, it's hard for him to get his own shot. But even when he has gotten open looks off passes and screens, he hasn't hit them consistently. He's shooting only 35% and averaging only 7 points a game in this series.
Bob, what impresses me most about Reggie Miller, the way he started this game, he came out and took an open three, and then he put it on the floor and drove to the basket. And that's the type of aggression offensively that he must have and continue throughout the course of this game.
Good sign also for the Pacers. They came up with 2 loose balls on that possession. They didn't get any of them in the United Center the other night.
Kukoc misses a 3. Jackson clutches the rebound. Davis working on Kukoc again. Jumper in the lane. Missed it, but he was fouled.
See, Chicago's going to have to make a decision. Do they come back and double team and leave Davis, or do they come back off of one of the shooters, either Reggie Miller or Mark Jackson? And Bird told us that he would like for Mark Jackson to step up and make a 3 early in the game to open up the inside for them.
He's taken 1 thus far and missed it. Dale Davis, as we told you, is not a good free throw shooter at all. He makes his points, or makes his money, on the boards and gets his points in the lane. He missed the first and makes the second. Four minutes in, Michael Jordan hasn't scored. He's missed his only shot. Harper driving. Misses the reverse. Jordan has it.
Another offensive rebound. The Bulls are really swarming that offensive boards tonight. The Pacers must rebound the basketball. Your initial defense is no good if you can't come up with the rebound.
Michael's first basket makes it 9-8 Indiana. Jackson out to Mullen. Now he gets it back. Smith turns and hits.
Mark Jackson, vital for him to penetrate. He faked the outside jump shot, got in the lane. Smith slides to that open area, and he finds him. Great start for Rick Smith today.
Davis comes over to help Miller with Jordan. Longley loses control, and Mullen takes it from him. Jackson. Smith. Miller pops one from the corner. It's short. Gets it back. Kukoc knocked it away from him. It's still Pacer ball. The clock stops with 6:38 to play in the first. Pacers by 3.
There are a lot of things out there that will make your heart beat faster. This is one of them. Jeep Cherokee. With full-time select-track 4-wheel drive and quadra-link suspension, it's sure to quicken anybody's pulse. Now get Jeep Cherokee with all these features, including air conditioning at no extra charge.
Don't let a flat tire put you up against the wall. Even with no air pressure, Goodyear Aqua Steel Run Flat drives up to 50 miles to safety. New Aqua Steel Run Flat.
Goodyear, Goodyear. Bubble wrap.
Fun. Yeah, it's fun to pop. Leading off Sports Center. Fun. Yeah. Country line dancing. Surprisingly fun. Really? No-look passes? Yeah. Cuddling?
Red Dog Rules for Living, number 35. Every dog loves a good chase.
looks like it's gonna hail. Baby, baby, it looks like it's gonna hail. You better come inside, let me teach you how to jive and wheel. Oh, you gotta jump and jive and bend your way, you gotta jump and jive and bend your way, you gotta jump and jive and bend your way.
Tonight, the Indiana Pacers are trying to establish an inside game. They've done that early. They've gone to Rick Smith, the up and under with the good post position. And Dale Davis, having to play Kukoc, says, I'm going to pound inside and use my superior power. 2 inside scores here early. Vital for them to get in the paint early to open up the perimeter. You don't start outside and go inside. You want to go inside, outside.
Pacer ball after the timeout. Smith screening for Jackson, who fires the open jumper and misses it. But Indiana does appear to be doing a better job setting screens to try and give the ball handlers and shooters a little more room than they had in Game 5. Mullen bumping with Pippen, and Scotty travels.
It looked like Scotty was looking around for the double team. I don't think they're going to double team him. I think he just needs to go quickly to the basket. Got caught with a shuffling of his feet there. Scotty can post up Mullen with those long arms.
And also, I think he was concerned about Mullen stripping the ball, Doug, because you know his hands are so quick down there.
Jackson's floater swatted away by Kukoc. Here goes Jordan. Mullen fouls him. Michael hits it anyway and will get the free throw.
How about that concentration by Michael Jordan? The breakaway, Chris Mullen really didn't want to let him score here, but if you're going to take this kind of foul on Michael, you've got to grab his right arm. And what Chris did, he reaches in and he hits him on the head. Look at the concentration. He keeps his eyes on the target. The greatness, he's always thinking 3 instead of 2.
The foul was Mullen's second. 3-point play, 5 points for Jordan. Game tied at 11.
Bob, a lot of times guys hear that whistle and they sort of give up on the play. Michael hears that whistle and he thinks basket and foul.
Miller, catch, shoot, no. Rebound Davis. Michael's on Mullen. Smits, double teamed, so it's Jackson for 3. There's that three-pointer Larry Bird was talking about.
Now what that does is they won't come off of Jackson as much, and that should allow Mullen to get into the game because he's a great spot-up shooter.
Longley, left hand, over Smits, and a whistle. The foul is on Smits. Let's go back to the previous play.
Isaiah, what this opens up, when Pippen goes back and helps, if Mark Jackson will make this shot, then when Scotty closes out, now he can get the penetrating dribble, get in the lane, and find his open shooters, whether it be a Mullen, a Smits, or a Miller. We see Mark Jackson leaving the floor. I think he collided with Michael Jordan on that last play.
He's replaced by Travis Best. Best and Jackson have never been on the floor even for a second at the same time in this series. So their combined minutes equal 48 in each game. And as a combination, they put up 18 points, 9 assists, and almost 6 rebounds a game. So that essentially is what Larry Bird is getting from his point guard spot.
You know, Bob, they had the shaky first start in games 1 and 2, but since then, they've really settled into this series and have handled the ball well and gotten the ball in position so Miller and Smith can do their job.
Miller dumps it into Smith. Over Longley. Off to a good start.
The reason he's getting the ball is because he's screening. The screener is the man who will be open because Reggie can now get the pass and be in great position to feed the post.
Chicago asked for time. That is an old adage, isn't it, Zeke? The screener gets the shot.
Yeah, that's what they taught at Indiana. That's what Bob Knight was big at. You watch Smith setting the screen, and the screener gets the shot. Whoever sets the screen, you sacrifice your body. Now he has position inside. He gives them the up and under, and the bucket. And you're watching the NBA on NBC.
Yeah, you do it, Zeke.
I'm sorry, NBC.
Over the years, one brand has won more 4x4 awards than any other name in history. Once again, we've captured everyone's attention. Jeep Grand Cherokee 5.9 Limited, 4x4 of the year. Jeep, the most award-winning brand of 4x4s in all the world.
Every player has a weakness. Tonight, Mr. Grant Hill's weakness takes center court.
There's only one place to go for the irresistible taste of America's favorite fries. Did somebody say McDonald's? Enjoy the fries that have earned the right to be called America's favorite fries.
We got aisles of smiles
and the people who care.
A four-star hotel high up in the air. Feast like so far.
Food that's a feast.
As you go west, your problems go east.
Wouldn't it be great if we could all fly commercials? Well, United is making the real world better with improvements in service, seats, even faster gate check-ins. We're not perfect, but we're rising.
Happy birthday. Oh, good. Another apple. Where's Danny? Oh, you get down on the way I use my walk. Come on, woman's face. No time to talk. Staying alive. Staying alive. Staying alive. Thank you.
It's a place where contrast, culture, and determination will meet in one defining instant. Salt Lake 2002 Olympic Winter Games.
Welcome back to Indianapolis. I'm Jim Gray. You see Mark Jackson. He is back out on the bench. He went into the locker room after this play to visit with trainer David Craig. He collides right here with Michael Jordan and goes down and hits his left knee. He was concerned and scared about it, just wanted to run it off, get on the bike for just a minute. They looked it over. He's fine, and he'll return to the game. Bob?
Thanks, Jim. And entering the game for the first time now after the timeout are Antonio Davis and Derek McKee for Indiana. Scottie Pippen gets inside, but there's a whistle before the shot. And the foul is on Reggie.
The moment McKee came into the game, he went right over to Michael Jordan. That put Miller on Scottie Pippen. Now they're going to attack Reggie. If he's got a bad ankle, they're going to go at him. So he's going to have to play some post defense, whether it's Michael or Scottie.
Here is Michael with the jumper. Two defenders on him. Soft touch. He gets the roll. Ahmad Rashad tells us that on that same collision with Mark Jackson, Michael Jordan sustained a small cut on his hand, which apparently has been closed because you can't be in the game if you're bleeding. Harper on Miller. He deals it out to Best. 5 seconds to shoot. Best will. And it's way off. Harper kicks it, but recovers it. Nearly traveled, but no call. Bulls down by 1. Illegal defense warning against the Pacers. With play stopped, Dennis Rodman makes his first appearance. He's averaging 10 rebounds and 30 minutes played, as you see, in this series. He averaged 15 rebounds a game for the regular season and 16 a game through the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. But he's only started 1 of these 6 games.
Reggie Miller is very upset here. He feels like that Dennis Rodman banged him on this shuffle cut. And so Antonio goes over and gives Pippen a bump. So you already see the Pacers have put more bodies on the Bulls player tonight than they did the entire Game 5.
And Doug, as we talked about in Game 5, the speed of the Chicago Bulls is the thing that gives the Pacers problems. So when you put a body on them, that negates that speed.
That's Davis's first. Pacers are over the limit. For complete coverage of the NBA Conference Finals, go online and step into the NBA.com arena. Listen to a live audio broadcast, view real-time stats or shot charts, and watch video highlights of every contest. After the game, look for news, photos, notes, and interviews. NBA.com, your ultimate guide to the playoffs. Pippen, who was 6 of 9 at the free throw line in Game 5, which isn't great, but is an improvement over the 50% that he was shooting through the first 4 games, makes them both here, and the Bulls lead by 1.
You can see after every made free throw, the Bulls have gone to full court pressure.
Davis got inside for the dunk. Harper has an open look at a 3, but misses it. Dale Davis has the rebound. Kicked out by the Bulls. Indiana made 8 field goals in the entire first half of Game 5, going 14 minutes, incredibly, in one stretch, between the end of the first and a substantial portion of the second period without a field goal. They missed 18 consecutive shots during that terrible run. They've already scored 7 times from the field in the first 9 minutes or so of this first quarter.
Bob, they've come out and been very aggressive defensively, and that's helped their offense. And you can see at Reggie Miller how he's pushed Michael Jordan off the post.
And that ties their first half output, their 8th field goal on the McKee hook.
This has also been a pattern. Anytime McKee has been played by Michael Jordan, they've gone at him in the post and tried to post up Michael. That time they were successful.
Rodman can't hit it, but does keep it alive, and now he's fouled, and he applauds the judgment of the officials. It's 1 on McKee.
Again, you must make Michael Jordan play on both ends of the floor. So McKee is going to try to post him up here. He gets good position. Michael is so very strong down there. But Derek McKee takes his time, uses his height advantage, and gets the little baby hook to go in the lane.
Rodman makes the first.
Isaiah, have you noticed that Dennis Rodman has had a lot of layups in this series, and it looks like he's shooting them too quickly. He has more time, but he's catching it and just sort of flinging at the basket. I think he'd slow himself down. He'd get himself 3 or 4 layups in these games.
You know, that's always been the problem with Dennis Rodman. He really doesn't have an offensive mind. He's only thinking defense and rebounding, and a lot of times he's open but can't convert.
Miller's open and can convert.
To Chicago is pressure in Indiana up court, and anytime you feel pressure, the best way to beat pressure is with the pass and not the dribble.
Scotty with a turnaround. Rodman on the offensive glass.
See, Miller's doing such a good job that he didn't do in Game 5 by keeping those guys out of the post.
Jordan hits a 3.
And in this series, he's 5 of 11. That makes him 6 of 12, so he's shooting 50% from the three-point line.
And barely over 20% on threes during the season. McKee with the reverse that won't fall. And Rodman with another rebound. We're tied at 22. Michael tongue-wagging into the lane. Hits the jumper. He has a dozen. Half of Chicago's output so far. Reggie. Short with a 3. It's home to Davis, who misses it, but Antonio was fouled.
Now you watch Jordan. He'll get himself balanced right here. Long pass, and as they back away from him, he steps up and nails the 3. Now, Jordan is really tough in the open court. Loves to go right, gets the angle on Miller, squares himself up, and there's nothing Reggie Miller can do about that when he has that type of angle on him.
The foul was on Pippen, his first. Randy Brown comes in for Chicago as Davis misses the first free throw. Here comes Bill Wennington off the Bulls bench, and Kukoc will sit down.
Look to see when Chicago comes down on this possession, if they run an isolation from Michael from the wing area. They like to do this when he gets it going a little bit.
Here's Wennington. His first touch results in a shot that's short. Out of bounds and touched last by Chicago. Brown on Best. Dale Davis. Fouled by Wennington.
That was a great sweep-through move by Davis. He faced Wennington up and then swept the ball right to him, and Wennington couldn't move his feet. Watch as he establishes his position. Now there's the sweep. And he's going and he catches Wennington. He can't move his feet, and now you got him beat. That's a great post-up move by Dale Davis.
A hand for Jalen Rose, who's preparing to report in, which is all he claims he was doing toward the end of Game 4. The league saw it differently. Said he came off the bench during a fight and suspended him for Game 5. Even with him, and probably with the Indiana National Guard, the Pacers weren't going to win Game 5 in Chicago anyway, the way it turned out.
Well, if they would have made that substitution, then Reggie Miller wouldn't have been in to make the game-winning shot, because just who Jalen Rose claims he was coming in for.
Now, Bob, look for a 2-for-1 possession here for Chicago right now with 39 seconds. They like to close quarters very strongly. We have a tie game right now. They'd like to get 2 hoops and stop Indiana to go in with the lead.
They bring in a shooter in Steve Kerr, replacing Randy Brown. Game tied at 24. Michael knocked away from behind by Rose. Jordan thinks he was fouled. The officials don't. Jalen Rose will shoot it and miss it. Rodman's going to be called for a rebounding foul.
And you see the effect that Jalen Rose has had as soon as he comes into the game. I mean, he'll come from behind. He's pressing Scottie Pippen, and he gets a hand on Jordan's shot. That's what they missed the other night, was his defensive ability, his quickness, and he's able to guard Jordan. I think he got Jordan a little bit right there in the face, too, as he came down after that shot.
Now, Isaiah, it's going to be very important. Both Davis boys have gotten to the free throw line in this first quarter. It's important they make their free throws. You get in these kind of games where this just hotly contested, where there are no layups, free throws become very, very important.
And Davis, Antonio Davis, clangs the first one.
Now you look at what Indiana's bench has done. That's been the key to their success the whole season, is the way their bench has been playing. However, the problem in this series, Doug, is that their starters have been outplayed by Chicago's starters.
Dale Davis rebounds Antonio's miss, but they still come up empty. Rodman has been taken out by Phil Jackson, replaced by Dickie Simpkins. He was still jawing with Hugh Hollins, and I guess that Phil didn't want to risk a tee. Steve Kerr pops and misses at the buzzer. Through the first 12 minutes, tied at 24. Jordan with triple Miller's output. Reggie just 1 of 5 from the floor. No advantage established yet. Back for the second quarter at Market Square after this. This is, as you know, the NBA on NBC.
Sometimes you just have to want it more. When more points comes down to more passion. When you'd rather wound your body than your pride. When getting to heaven means going through hell. And either you have it in you or you don't. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Ship your package in 2 days with FedEx. And you'll run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 days with UPS. And you'll run into 7 different price zones.
Ship your package in 2 to 3 days with Priority Mail. And there's just one price zone.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Ever heard of drive-in claim service? Well, who's your insurance company?
The new Jeep Cherokee Classic, as seen by the white-tailed Dragonfly, with a refined interior and available select-track full-time four-wheel drive. It's a great way to cross remote territory, no matter how you look at it. Even if you're a green tree frog. Now get Jeep Cherokee and all these features, including air conditioning, at no extra charge.
You're watching the NBA on NBC. The 1998 NBA playoffs.
Michael Jordan had a big first quarter in Game 5 and a big game, and he did it in the paint. He had 8 field goals in the paint in Game 5. Tonight, he has 12 points, which is dynamic. But look, only 1 inside the paint. Now, will that take its toll on Michael as the game goes along? He's working very, very hard. The other night, they gave him easy scores. And in the 10 wins, you can see he averages 6 field goals in the paint. And in the 3 losses, only 2. He goes out more on the perimeter, and his free throws come down. Tonight, that's been the same pattern. He still has 12 points. But what will that mean as the game goes on?
As we begin the second period, Jordan on the bench, Rodman back in the Chicago lineup. Scott Burrell makes his first appearance. There's Burrell with the ball. Longley to the cutting Pippen. He was fouled, nearly a three-point play possibility.
Isaiah, you know this because you played against this Chicago Bulls triangle offense. When that ball goes into the post and you're guarding the corner, you have to drop off, and you cannot get beat on that baseline cut. And they're consistently getting beat on that little give and go from the center on that baseline cut.
Yeah, right now, Doug, they're so aggressive that McKee, he should have dropped off and cut the baseline. However, in the triangle, in the triple post, what concerns you is when you drop in there, Scottie Pippen coming over the top for the split cut. So that's why this offense is so good for the Chicago Bulls, because it totally keeps you off balance.
So far tonight, Pippen is 4 for 4 at the line. Antonio Davis against Rodman. Smith to Jalen Rose. And it looks like an illegal defense warning. And it is the first on Chicago.
It was Ron Harper. Anybody who plays Mark Jackson is going to be the roamer. That time it was Ron Harper, and he got caught by Hugh Hollins.
Now, Smith's got off to a great start in the first quarter. He was 3 for 3. Let's see if they can get him back involved in the second quarter.
See Longley in front of him? No, he was working hard to get in front.
Mullen deals it out to Rose. Jalen Rose from the head of the key.
It's amazing how much better the Indiana bench plays at home than they do on the road. It's almost like 2 different teams.
Tied again at 26. Harper double team. Finds Longley. Now Rodman. Misses the bank attempt, and Jackson has the rebound. Jackson pulling up in the lane, ball knocked free, and Rose chases it down. Mullen with a leaner, good off the glass.
They need Chris Mullen to give them some points because he's a liability defensively otherwise. So when he's out there, he must look to score.
That was his first basket. Longley had both Harper and Pippen underneath, but the pass goes astray. Pacers have the ball and a 2-point lead. And we'll be back.
If necessary, Game 7, Sunday night at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on NBC.
Dude, get down. It's my chair. Let's go. I'm not playing games.
Okay, here we go again.
Oh, dude.
He's got him right where he wants it. Just a bit outside.
Hey, those dog obedience classes really paid off.
Okay, let me do it again. E, L, looks like a cow. Okay, just letters. E, L, looks like a small cow. No, there are no cows. Okay, let me do it again. Is it a mammal? No.
Not going anywhere for a while?
Something with fur? No.
Grab a Snickers, because nothing handles your hunger better.
It's one of those turny things that you keep in the drawer with a handle. Can opener? Yeah. No.
Hungry? Why wait?
There's no doubt about it. Americans like to win. We strive to be first, always, and in everything. So it only makes sense that more of us want to drive the best. Toyota Camry, America's #1 selling car. And to celebrate now, you can get 4.8% APR financing for 48 months.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Budweiser. Now is the perfect time to enjoy a fresh, cold, Beechwood-aged Budweiser. By Toyota. Every day belongs to you. Make it count. Toyota every day. And by Snickers. Not going anywhere for a while? Grab a Snickers. Hungry? Why wait?
The view of Indianapolis from the Goodyear Blimp Stars and Stripes based in Pompano Beach, Florida. Tonight's pilot, Jim Maloney, who I assume is not the former Cincinnati Red right-hander who tossed a couple of no-hitters. Have you researched that, Zeke?
No, Bob. No hitters. Jim Maloney. Can't go that deep.
But we have depth when it comes to sideline reporters, including Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. Well, Larry Bird wants Rick Smits to stay involved in the game offensively, not just occasionally, but every time down the court. They need his offensive input, and they need him to touch the ball and work the ball around and pass it or go to the hoop, like he has right now. Bob?
Good call, Jimmy.
That was a great screen by Antonio Davis that freed up Rick Smits coming across the lane.
And Scottie Pippen more reluctant to help because Mark Jackson hit that three-point shot.
Timeout, Chicago.
The Chicago Bulls, specifically Luke Long, they did a wonderful job on their defense against Rick Smits. A lot of it due to the poor screening. He got pushed off the block. He shot fading jump shots. He got in front of him. He pushed him off the post. And when he went to the basket, he got help. It was a long night, 3 for 11 from the floor, and a long night also for the Indiana Pacers. Tonight, Rick Smits, he's been a different player here at home. He comes off the back screen. It's a double back screen. He catches it in the post. He takes his time. He looks around, gets his rhythm, fades away, and a little patented baseline jumper.
After the timeout, Bulls trail by 4. This is the biggest lead for either team. It's been close throughout. Pippen's floater's no good. Harper has the offensive rebound.
I think Smits may have got away with a goaltending right there.
With Michael on the bench, Scotty looking to take control offensively. Drives baseline, double pumps. He's coming to the line with a chance to complete a three-point play.
Bob, what happened on that play in Isaiah? You had Rick Smits strung out in the corner, Gordon Scotty, and you got to push him back to the middle to help. Mark Jackson was running over to help him. You probably see him come in the screen to come over to double teaming, but Smits lets him go baseline where there is no help. And now you give up the possible three-point play. You always have to push your people to help.
Doug, you know, a lot of times when you're guarding someone in the corner and you see that defender coming to help you out of the weak side of your eye, you have a tendency to relax a little bit. And that's what Smith did. He relaxed a little bit, and Pippen faked him and went baseline.
He really took a shot, wincing a bit as he stands at the line. Here's Ahmad.
That's right, Bob. As Scottie Pippen walked towards the bench, he was really out of wind as he's driving to the basket. He took an elbow by Jalen Rose just as he let that ball go, but obviously he's still able to continue playing. Bob?
And a three-point play as he's 5 of 5 from the line tonight. The foul on Rose was his first. Jordan checks back in, and it's a 1-point Indiana lead. Pacer ball.
Well, they're really making a conscious effort to put a body on Pippen every time he moves. Chris Mullin just set a backcourt screen on him. Pippen ran into some contact, and that's what they did so successfully, Doug, in game 3 and 4.
Bob, now Chicago has gone small, so they'll put Kukoc on Smith, and there's another one of those threes by Mark Jackson.
They virtually dare him to take them, and now he's hit 2 out of 3. Reggie Miller's back in for Larry Bird. Scott Burrell is open. He has not been putting down open shots like this the past several games, so it's important for him to hit his first one tonight, which he just did.
See, Kukoc could not front him, so he should just take his time to double team. Mark Jackson will be able to now penetrate.
Kukoc has him on a switch. Jackson's pass into the lane, broken up by Burrell and taken by Kukoc. All the way to the hoop and fouled by Jalen Rose. And here's Jim Gray.
All right, Bob. Well, there's been so much talk about Reggie Miller's sprained ankle. In Game 4, he said he shouldn't have been out on the court. He hit the game-winning shot. Felt the same way going into Game 5. Also said it publicly. Larry Bird said to him, hey, if you can't be on the court, I don't want you on the court. That's what he told us today, Bird. He said, come to me before the game. If you can play, we'll play you. If you can't play, I don't want to hear after the game that you shouldn't have been out there. Reggie gave him the thumbs up, gave me the thumbs up, and he's out there playing. Bob?
Thanks, Jim. Zeke, concealing or downplaying injuries is part of the game, especially in the playoffs.
You're absolutely right, Bob, and you never want to let on that you're injured in the playoffs, especially if you're the leader or the superstar of your team, because that gives the Chicago Bulls a right to attack you.
The ball was kicked, and the Pacers will have it out of bounds. Larry Bird was telling us in his office today about the '87 finals between the Celtics and the Lakers, two of the greatest teams in NBA history, and Kevin McHale played that series with a broken bone in his foot.
I remember that series because they beat us to advance, and Lambeer, every time McHale came down and tried to post up, Lambeer was kicking him in the foot.
Jalen Rose hits the open J.
I can't believe Bill Lambeer would do something like that unless you told him to do it.
Hey, we wanted to win, and we would have done anything to beat the Celtics at that time.
Lambeer was, of course, a noted pacifist. Here's Kukoc. Bulls trail it by 3. Jordan has trouble with the dribble. Ball loose. Michael turns it over. Rose thinking about it, now doing it, but a whistle.
See, this is what they missed the other night with Jalen Rose, because he gives it to you offensively and defensively. He's become quite a defensive player in this league, and you see him put the pressure there on Jordan, forcing him into the trap. You know, when he came out of college, Doug, he was known as an offensive player, but under Bird, he's become quite a defender.
Rose driving. The previous foul on Burrell was before the shot. This one also comes before the shot, so the basket doesn't count. It's Burrell again, his second. Pacers by 3. And you're watching the NBA on NBC.
Schick Tracer FX is the only razor that flexes to cover every sensitive curve. A design so smart, you can feel it. Schick, the feel of smart design.
Introducing the Sicilian pizza from Pizza Hut, the most intense-tasting pizza ever. This ain't no waltz through the daffodils. It's a sprint through a minefield with 4 corners. This is as much oregano, basil, and garlic as you can jam into the crust without the government regulating it. I got one word for you, pal. Duck and cover! This is the mother of all pizzas. Our new Sicilian pizza, only at Pizza Hut. Only $8.99. For the absolute mother of a deal, get up to 3 toppings or any specialty pizza for $2 more. Can you handle it?
We got next. People get ready. Get into the spirit. Come on, join in, everybody. Everybody join in. Working together, mind and soul. Dreaming, believing where you want to be. Oh, join in, everybody. Everybody join in. Everybody join.
Lisa Leslie, Dawn Staley, and college star Shamiqua Holdsclaw lead Team USA at the Women's World Championship of Basketball, June 6th and 7th on NBC.
Now, with Jalen Rose being back in the game, and he's so important to this Indiana team offensively and defensively because he can create his own shot. You see him take the J off the dribble, and then he can square up and take the J. And look at him defensively as he forces Jordan into the double team. They feed off his energy, his emotion, and most important of all, Doug, he brings a toughness to their bench that they didn't have the other night.
You took the words out of my mouth. Toughness and competitiveness. You have to have that against the Bulls. The same set out-of-bounds play. They run it from the other side. It's a staggered back screen for Rick Smith. Great low post position in the score.
Because they're getting Smith in the post off the move tonight. Game 5, they were trying to just have him use his strength against Longley.
Kukoc answers at the other end. Meanwhile, Smits is 5 for 5.
Smith will get a little jumper here on the rotation.
You called it. 6 for 6. Well, they're going Dutch treat tonight.
And he's important for them, but Jackson recognized early that he had a mismatch with Kerr, backed him down, the double team came, and Smith was able to nail the jumper.
Kukoc wheeling to the hoop. Out of bounds, and let's see who has it. Chicago will. Pacers by 5. Smith started game 5 0 for 6. Tonight, 6 for 6. Michael, turnaround on Miller. Spins out, followed by Rodman.
Smith just can't block him out. He's not quick enough. They didn't double that time. They let Reggie play him straight up. And although Michael missed the shot, no block out.
Jackson drives on Kerr and connects. As soon as he saw Kerr as the defender, he tried to use his superior quickness to get past him. Jackson is not quicker than many defenders he faces, but he is a bit quicker than Kerr.
Well, that's the battle of the 2 slow turtles.
Burrell with a 3. It's an air ball out of bounds to Indiana.
See, Bob, the thing that I'm noticing right now is how tough Reggie Miller is defending Jordan in the post. You're never going to stop him. However, he's giving him some resistance tonight, forcing him to that mid-zone area as opposed to letting him back him all the way down.
Let's see if they go back to the screen and roll again with Smith rolling out for the jump shot.
Here's Smith. And an offensive foul. Offensive foul on Indiana.
Rick Smith is right here. They're going to force it down to help. Rick Smith works right over here for the jump shot. Michael Jordan doesn't rotate, and that's Rick Smith's spot. They know they can get that shot anytime they want it.
To Longley. Back to Michael for the reverse. He was fouled. A reminder reminder that tomorrow at 3 Eastern Time, NBC begins its coverage of the French Open from Roland Garros in Paris. Michael Chang, women's number 2 seed Lindsay Davenport, and Serena Williams, Venus's younger sister, are on the schedule. And on Sunday, take note that we also begin our coverage at 3 Eastern Time, highlighting the slate, top seed Martina Hingis, Monica Seles, Marcelo Rios, and Venus Williams. That's the French Open tomorrow and Sunday, each day at 3 Eastern on NBC. Smits, picking up his 3rd foul, has to go out. It hurts to sit him when he's hot, but Larry Bird has no choice. Michael missed the first one, but not the second.
You can also see with Chris Mullin not getting it done offensively and Jalen Rose being back, he's getting the bulk of the minutes tonight with Mark Jackson and Reggie Miller.
Now it's Jordan on Jackson. Here's Rose driving. Pull-up jumper. Jalen Rose came to play after being forced out of Game 5 with the suspension.
Jalen Rose has been huge in this series. He's becoming a big-time player in this league. I'm so proud to see him growing up and accepting the challenge.
The last 3 times, the Pacers have beaten the Bulls twice in this series, and their last meeting of the regular season, Jalen Rose had big games each time. Jordan. It'll be Pacer ball.
You watch Jalen Rose off the Jackson penetration, the pump fake, the little show and go, uses his momentum against Burrell to get the shot off.
I say the difference between he and Chris Mullin, as you see the numbers and the 2 wins and the losses in the games he plays, is that he can create his own shot, whereas Chris Mullin's got to be more catch and shoot.
This is a speed series, Doug, and you got to have speed to play against the Chicago Bulls.
Pippen's back in. Jalen Rose. This time he misses. A foul as they battle for the rebound, and it's Longley.
See, they caught Longley holding Davis's arm underneath. He was out of position, and he went up for the rebound, and Longley locked his arm underneath.
2 on Luke. Each team with 14 fouls in this quarter. They'll each be over the limit with their next one. Antonio Davis. Jackson. 3 of 4 on threes in this first half.
If Scottie Pippen is going to double team, Mark Jackson must make that shot.
Thus far he has. Pippen to the hoop. Scottie Pippen now with 11.
They're going back to that curl move. You're going to see Reggie Miller curl over Davis, try to post him up, and Mark Jackson will work to the open spot.
Antonio Davis on the move. It hung on the lip and then fell home.
See, they're making Longley move his feet. They're pulling him out 15 feet away from the basket and letting Davis use his foot speed to go around him.
Listen to the crowd at Market Square, all of them on their feet. Pacers by 9. Pippen can't cut into it. Kukoc bats it to Harper, and Longley is rejected. Harper chases it down. Someone got a small piece of that, and Jackson has it. Looking for a double-digit lead. Jackson to Dale Davis. He's fouled. The momentum did not travel along the interstate from Chicago for the Bulls.
Trouble finding your seats? Yeah, section A, row 1, seats 1 and 2. Yeah, your seats, they're all the way up there.
Need a little help? Yeah. This says section double Z, seat 381. You're courtside. Huh? That's right, kids. Come on, courtside.
All the way up. Keep going.
You're going to need these, mister.
CEOs in the cheap seat, fans on the floor. On justice was served.
I think I could borrow these when you're done.
Oh, man. Where's he going? Mountains? River? Both? It's Tuesday. People work on Tuesday.
it's a woodchuck, and he's hurt.
Rusty, it's up to you.
I'm Hannah Storm in New York. Coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, we'll hear from Utah's Karl Malone. The Jazz will meet the survivor of the Bulls and Pacers in the NBA Finals starting next Wednesday night in Salt Lake City. And Malone looks forward to the possibility of a rematch with the Bulls.
Of course you want to play the team that beats you because you don't get second chances. And to be able to have the same team that we had last year and to get another opportunity at it, it will mean a lot to me.
Plenty more with Karl Malone coming up at halftime. Right now, the Pacers lead the Bulls 48-39 as we send you back to Market Square Arena.
All right, Hannah, you'll be watching and listening at halftime. Doug.
Bob, let's take a look at what happens when Mark Jackson. Here's Scottie Pippen. Now, he's going to give help on the drive. This is the first time they run the play. You kick out, and Mark Jackson steps in, and he hits the three-point shot. So I said, you know what? They're going to come right back to the same play. Now, keep your eye on Scottie Pippen this time. You step out on the floor, you use your quickness. Scottie, are you going to help this time? The answer is no. So what do? You keep your dribble, and you go right to the basket. That's good execution, and that's why you must shoot the perimeter shot.
After an utterly miserable first half in Game 5, in which they missed 18 straight shots in one stretch, the Pacers are shooting 61% in this half, and they've made 11 of 12 in this second quarter. But one thing they cannot cure is Dale Davis's inefficiency at the free throw line. He misses again.
The Davis boys combined are 3 for 9 right now from the free throw line. Remember, these guys are getting there. They've got to be able to convert. They could blow this into a double-digit lead by half.
The reason why they're so successful on offense this first 2 quarters is because they only have 3 turnovers. They're handling the ball much better than they have in the past.
Davis's second free throw does establish a double-digit lead at 10. And now Pippen loses it. Here comes Jalen Rose. He's got Miller on his left. He pulls up and fires. And back rims it. Miller playing Jordan. Pippen from Rodman for 3. Big basket for Chicago. They're within 7.
See, when that ball goes into the post, if you drop off, as Mark Jackson did, then Scottie Pippen can step back and shoot the 3.
But you'd much rather live with an outside jump shot than a layup.
Pippen has 14. Miller is open on Jackson's pass. Got a good look, but couldn't hit it. Kukoc. Knocked out of bounds by Davis. Chicago ball, 11 on the shot clock.
Now, Isaiah, remember now, Michael out of bounds on this play. You've got to watch that he doesn't get the lob. You know he's going to come off. Boy, he looked for it that time, and Longley stepped back.
Longley on the move. Hits the sweeping left-hand hook. They've cut the 10-point deficit at half. It's 49-44 with exactly a minute left in the half.
You know, I think Reggie Miller right now, Doug, is settling for too many long J's. He has a chance and the opportunity to shorten the shot, but right now he's settling for the three-point line.
He's 1 for 6 in this half.
Well, Michael's chasing him, so he is not letting him get open. Chasing him from side to side.
Here he is again. And now he's 1 for 7. But Davis gives them a fresh 24, and it's Jackson missing this 3. Jordan back. Pippen for 3. Out of bounds to the Bulls.
Remember, Jalen Rose had a breakaway jump shot from about 12 feet that would have given him a 12-point lead. If the Bulls can score here, they can cut it down to 3. That's how those little shots and those runs change everything, especially going into the halftime break.
You know, and Jim Gray told us that Bird told his team in the huddle that these last 2 minutes was the most important 2 minutes of their season, because he knew Chicago was going to make a run here to try to cut the lead, and they have.
Shot clock and game clock virtually identical.
Scottie Pippen looked up. He didn't take the shot. That was very smart. Although he had a mismatch, they want to get the last shot here. This could be a real momentum play. If the Pacers can stop them, they'll go in excited. If the Bulls can score, it'll give them a lift.
It'll be Michael to the basket and drawing the foul.
How about the strength of Jordan in the air, absorbs the contact, and knocks Dale Davis back.
There was not going to be any jump shot on this play, Isaiah.
So you watch him use his momentum here as he comes right, goes into the air, absorbs the blow, and he's coming so hard he knocks Dale Davis down. That's how strong he is.
But the difference in the game tonight and in Game 5 is he and Scotty and Tony went unimpeded into the basket and laid the ball in the basket. Tonight, Indiana's putting their body on him.
2.8 seconds. In theory, time for Indiana to get off the shot.
You look how successful he's been this series against the Pacers. But most of his points, as you pointed out the other night, Doug, when he's hot and he gets into a rhythm, he likes to start inside. And what Indiana has been successful in doing tonight is that they've kept him on the perimeter thus far.
15 in this half for Jordan. Pippen has 14. A little under 3 seconds. Davis trying to get it in. Jackson behind the back will have to heave it at the buzzer. And what was a 10-point Pacer lead is sliced to 3 at the half. Now stay tuned for the Prudential halftime report. Anna Storm and company will be with you after these messages. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
The tallest mountain in North America is 20,320 feet. Cool.
Here we are in this simple, majestic setting. None of the usual interruptions. Nobody around to distract us from introducing AT&T One Rate Plus. Now, the key point, the thing to remember, is that every call you make from home with One Rate Plus, every call, day and night, 10 cents a minute.
You say 10 cents a minute, dude?
How do they find me?
AT&T One Rate Plus. 10 cents a minute, anytime. Call 1-800-41-RATE to enroll.
This is for Reverend O'Brien, who always told me to give it my best shot. For my grandmother, who showed me what real courage is. And for myself, who found it.
For anyone who's ever worked overtime on their nails. For anyone who's ever worked with a guy like this. Or had to listen to this woman talk about her cat. For those who have slept with their eyes open, we bring you Working, just like your job, only funnier. NBC Wednesdays.
Some of golf's best have never etched their names on this symbol of golfing excellence. This select group of stars has amassed 13 major championships, but none has been able to realize the glory associated with winning golf's greatest championship, the U.S. Open, beginning June 18th on NBC.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
It's halftime of Game 6, and the Indiana Pacers showing no ill effects from the Game 5 rout. They lead the Bulls 49-46. Michael Jordan has 15. Scottie Pippen, 14. Rick Smith leads Indiana with 12, and Mark Jackson has 11. Hi, everybody. Hannah Storm back in New York along with John Sally, Peter Vesey, and Matt Gukas, and we'll hear from these gentlemen in our next segment. But first, Karl Malone, who last year led the Utah Jazz to the NBA Finals for the first time in team history, losing to the Bulls in 6 games. This season, they return to the Finals, this time with home court advantage and greater expectations. Jim Gray spoke with the mailman.
I'm driven by wanting to win.
We're on our way to the World Championship.
The Western King still reigns.
I knew this time around was going to be tougher, but no one looked at it like that.
How great is the benefit from having played in the finals last year and having the experience of knowing what to expect and what not to expect this year?
Well, it's great, but it wasn't that much different than I thought it would be. What I like more than anything about our team that have never been brought up is when we lost to Chicago and they were the champion, I take nothing from them. No one cried in the locker room. It was almost a upset attitude that it was right there, that we didn't get the job done, you know? And I like that because now, back in that situation again, you say to yourself, let's try not to make the same mistakes.
You have told me that you would like to beat the best if you're to win a championship. Therefore, would you kind of like to play the Bulls because they have been the team of the 90s?
Being able to be back in the finals the second straight year and playing against a team that beat you last year, you would love to have another crack. I would love to have another crack at the Bulls because you don't get second chances. And to be able to have the same team that we had last year and to get another opportunity at it, it would mean a lot to me.
There seems to be this growing feeling throughout America, kind of like John Elway, that they would like to see you and John Stockton win a championship. You aware of that? Do you feel that?
Well, I think I definitely felt it with Denver, and I get a feeling for us, and I really appreciate that. But I've lived my life and my career without any sympathy. I feel it a lot of places. And I kind of felt it as the season went on in the most unlikely places. And I just say, we'll try. We'll try our best. The picture that was embedded in my mind was when John Elway dove for the first down. And I remember that like it happened yesterday. And to see his interview after.
I can't even believe it. I appreciate all those thoughts and the prayers, and I'm so proud that this team came together. We did it the hard way, but for all the Bronco fans that never had this feeling, we finally got it done.
He didn't say me. He talked about the fans, and he talked about his teammates, and he talked about the people around him that have made him for years. If I was writing a storybook ending, that would be my speech.
Well, in order for Karl Malone to have his storybook ending, he's going to have to author a better finals than he did last year. Good overall play, but he missed critical free throws down the stretch that really cost his team in a couple of games. Game 1 of this year's NBA Finals is next Wednesday from Salt Lake City. Either the Bulls or Pacers facing the Jazz. Airtime is 9 o'clock Eastern, tip-off just after 9:15. When we return, we'll talk about the first half in Indiana between the Pacers and Bulls. But first, a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
It never would have occurred to me to use an insurance agent to plan my future retirement. By putting the money in a variable annuity, I know that when I retire, I'm going to be able to draw funds from that on a monthly basis for living expenses. I'm very conscious of what company it is handling my future because it's Prudential, and I know how solid they are. I feel very comfortable and they're very secure.
The wind howled through the trees. The monster had escaped. Danger lurked around every corner. He could be anywhere, even inside the house.
What happened to the monster?
Let's read something else.
Dad, are you scared?
It was a beautiful day.
Don't be afraid to read to your kids.
Former world #1 Marcelo Rios, Martina Hingis, Venus Williams, Michael Chang, and more. The French Open this weekend on NBC.
At halftime, the Pacers lead the Bulls 49-46. We talk now about the first half. And Matt, Rick Smits has been hot and cold the entire playoffs. Like everybody else, he was dismal on Wednesday night in Chicago. You said the Pacers had to have his offense in the first half tonight.
Well, Rick Smits is such a vital part to Indiana's success. Sometimes he gets lost, and sometimes he's just too passive. It's always a good idea to go to him early, see what he's got. Nice up and under against Luke Longley. And this isn't the best position in the world for Smits. Generally, when he turns baseline, he'll let that shot go, makes it a degree of difficulty shot, but still gets it down. And because of the early success, he draws the double team from Pippen and the wide open look for Mark Jackson. 12 points in the first half for Rick Smits, making all of his field goals, but curiously enough, no rebounds. He's not the greatest rebounder in the world, but Rick Smits becomes almost even more important when Reggie Miller is struggling with that sore ankle.
He is struggling. 1 of 7 Miller is from the field, just 4 points, 0 for 5 from three-point range. Now, typically in this series, John, the Bulls have come out strong in the third quarter. What do you expect from them after halftime?
Well, even the Bulls knew that they were going to come out with energy and determination, and they said, okay, they're going to make their runs. And in the second quarter, they made a really surge to take over and was up by 10, but the Bulls just hung in there. Now they're only down 3. In the second half, the Bulls have to stop being passive by taking three-pointers and taking jump shots and not wanting to get hit. They have to get them in foul trouble.
They haven't been getting those easy dunks and layups like they did on Wednesday night.
Right.
Well, meanwhile, the Utah Jazz await the winner of this series. The other Western Conference finalists, the Los Angeles Lakers, are still reeling from their 4-game sweep by Utah. And, Peter, in the last 24 hours, there have been reports in Los Angeles that their head coach, Del Harris, is about to be fired. Are those reports true?
No, they're not, Hannah. As far as I know, there's no indication from Jerry Buss, the owner of the Lakers, that he is going to be fired. There's nothing imminent. In fact, he's supposed to accompany the staff and Jerry West and Mitch Kupchak to Chicago for the pre-draft camp. Not to say, Hannah, that Harris doesn't have his detractors. We know Magic Johnson went on national television, our station, and killed Harris for his coaching. But I think Jerry Buss likes Harris a lot. He doesn't want to see people think that he's caving into Magic Johnson and that Magic is firing his third coach, Paul Westhead and Pat Riley being the other two.
Another bit of NBA news that we should address, and something that Peter wrote about this morning, and that's the World Championships, which are coming up at the end of July. Right now, 12 of the most prominent young stars in the NBA are scheduled to play in those World Championships. But, Peter, you have said earlier today that if there's a lockout because of the labor negotiations, that may not happen?
Well, Patrick Ewing, as president of the Players Association, is pressuring these 12 guys not to participate if there's a lockout. He thinks it's going to hurt the NBA's marketing and promotional, and he wants to show solidarity, something that the union did not have during the last collective bargaining agreement. But the owners, I think, Hannah, would applaud the fact if the players would not go and participate because they don't want their franchise players out there risking injury. It's got a lot of money invested in these guys.
Well, if the NBA players don't play, then who does in the World Championships?
Well, my sources say that the goodwill players, the goodwill team, the college players, will be the team that they send. And you, me and you? They don't pay.
I don't think so.
Never mind. I'm with Patrick.
All right, now moving to news from the French Open today. The upsets keep on coming in the men's draw. 4th-seed Patrick Rafter lost today, as did defending champion and 8th-seed Gustavo Kuerten. 3rd-seed Marcelo Rios advanced, as did number 11 Michael Chang. Amazingly, he's the only American left in the men's draw. No seeded players lost on the women's side. Martina Hingis, Monica Seles, and Venus Williams all advanced. Our coverage from Paris gets underway tomorrow at 3 o'clock Eastern, noon Pacific, and we will feature Michael Chang's 3rd-round match. The Pacers lead the Bulls by 3. We'll send you back to Indiana for the second half after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
For years, English has been taught with books and tapes. But on Thursday nights, we've tried a radically new approach.
I'm not wearing a blouse.
I'm not wearing a blouse. ER has had a positive effect on their counting skills.
1, 2, 3.
Hey, whatever works.
Clear!
NBC Thursday nights, a valuable learning tool.
For the love of God, live!
Break some barriers. Take advantage of 0% APR for 24 months on new Altimas and other select Nissan models.
Your power is gone, cause your battery's died, and you need some help starting up your ride. Let's work together. Come on, let's work together. Because Cragen understands every car, truck, wagon, or van.
Cragen is your battery headquarters. From Hondas to Harleys, lawnmowers to Lincolns, we've got a tough Exide Megatorque or NASCAR battery that's just your size. Cragen.
Let's work together.
If we never release a new Porsche 911, the sun will still shine. Life will go on. For the world is quite satisfied with the 911 it has now. Unfortunately, we're not very good at being satisfied. Introducing the new 911. It's everything we know so far, which is a lot.
Sit down with me after the game for playoff highlights.
And now a Just Shoot Me musical moment.
Daddy's gonna sing you a song about his desk. Oh, markers and pencils and pens and keys to my Mercedes-Benz. A cup and an empty green bottle.
Damn it, Jack!
Oh, look, it's a grumpy ex-model.
Just Shoot Me, NBC Thursdays after Seinfeld.
This obviously has been a home team-dominated series through the first 5, but each of these teams did win once on the other's court during the regular season. Chicago, which once trailed by 10, now within 3 as we approach the third quarter, trying to win on the road and close this one out. Back with Doug Collins and Isaiah Thomas. I'm Bob Costas at Market Square Arena. What jumps out at you from the stat sheet, Doug?
Well, there's a lot of interesting numbers, but the one is that Tony Kukoc, Scottie Pippen, and Michael Jordan all played over 20 minutes in the first half. For the Indiana Pacers, only Reggie Miller at 20 minutes. So once again, will the Pacer depth wear this Bulls team down at home?
Let's take a look at the Miller Lite halftime stats, Zeke.
And with Indiana, go ahead. Why don't you do the transport? Well, I think when you look at Chicago, it's interesting. They only shot 38%, but they were terrific at the line, 14 of 16, and they finished the half on an important 7-0 run in the last 2 minutes to close the lead to 3. Rick Smith was excellent, 12.6 of 6, but he has 3 fouls. We'll have to watch that. And Reggie Miller, only 1 of 7, 0 for 5 from the three-point line. And the thing that jumps out to me for the Indiana Pacers, when you look at Rick Smith and Dale Davis, both those two combined are 9 for 10 from the field. Now you see Reggie Miller struggling a little bit, but Smith's inside play, if he continues to play well inside, will open it up for Miller outside to start bombing away. And on the other hand, you got the two, Jordan and Pippen, Batman and Robin leading scorers again. It's important for the others to step up and continue to play well. You look at Jordan's shot chart. Now the first game back in Chicago, he was able to score inside. You see tonight he only has 1 field goal in the paint.
"24 minutes to decide whether it ends here or we return to Chicago."
Tickets can be yours. Go to Oldsmobile. Drive the intrigue. Move quickly. Intrigue by Oldsmobile. Drive the intrigue. See the movie.
Schick Tracer FX is the only razor that flexes to cover every sensitive curve. A design so smart, you can feel it. Schick, the feel of smart design.
The Michelin X1. Thanks to Michelin technology, it gives you long mileage and better wet braking than any rain tire. And that should make everyone on a wet road happy.
Michael Johnson. Fast, loud.
I'll be right back.
For Cynthia Cooper, there are so many memories. Winning back-to-back national championships, bringing home Olympic gold. So many memories. It's time to make some more.
The WNBA returns to NBC June 13th.
Ahmad Rashad back at Market Square Winter, where the Bulls are down by 3 at the half. Phil Jackson told his team defensively, way too much thrust inside from the Davis boys and Rick Smith. He also wants them to try to get some more turnovers. Offensively, he said, what I want to do is get the ball into the post. If they can't get it in there, try to do the screen and roll and make Rick Smith has to defend off that screen and roll. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, Larry Bird told his team he played 22.5 minutes of great basketball. He said that's not enough. You can't have any lapses. It was a 7-0 run. He wants to keep Rick Smith on the court. He told him at halftime, be aggressive without getting carried away and picking up some silly fouls. As for Reggie Miller, he wants him to keep shooting the ball even though he's only 1 for 7. And he wants to protect the ball. He was happy with the 3 turnovers. Bob?
Thanks, Jim. Chicago ball. Trailing by only 3. Jordan looks to cut it to 1 as he splits 2 defenders and does what seemingly only he can.
When Rick Smith almost picked up his 4th foul there, that would have been devastating for this Pacers in the first possession of the 3rd quarter.
Jordan gave him the up and under, and you have to honor all of Jordan's fakes because he's so good offensively. That's what makes a good offensive player, is when he can score in a multiple ways.
And now Smith juggles it out of bounds. 9 unanswered Chicago points dating back to the end of the 2nd quarter. And now they can take the lead if they score here. Mullen hits the deck. Pippen fires a 3. Halfway down, but it pops out. And there's a whistle on the rebound battle. And it's Longley hit with his 3rd. So both centers, Smith and Longley, each have 3.
Now you watch Jordan in the post. He'll be patient. He reads the double team, gives the fake. Both defenders go for it. The nice up and under and the step through.
Dale Davis baseline. Out to Jackson, and now Mullen. Good look at a 3. And his shooting woes continue. That was a true brick. I can't remember the last time I saw Chris Mullen shoot like this in a stretch of games. We all remember seeing Michael Jordan do that night after night. Chicago with 11 straight points has turned a 10-point deficit into a 1-point lead.
It's going to be interesting to see how long Bird will stay with Mullen.
Miller, and that's way off. Didn't draw iron.
The full score here, I think that Larry Bird's going to need a timeout. They're on their heels.
Pippen misses the 3, and Davis has it.
They've got to reestablish Rick Smith somehow.
Jackson runs into Longley, gets it back, forces it up, no good. But Davis is there to clean up the mess for the Pacers' first basket of the half. Michael guarded by Reggie. Into the lane on him. Kukoc all alone. Longley gets the tip.
See, that's the difference between Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller. See, Michael Jordan can create other ways to score. He can go inside and score. He can go outside and score. But Miller only has one way to score, and that's off the jump shot, so you can shut him down.
As Reggie receives the pass, there's a Chicago foul. Looks like Harper.
What's the punishment that Reggie Miller takes on this play? He's going to start to cut. Watch Kukoc step out. Now, this guy's not known for physical play. He gives him a bump. Harper chases, and he runs right through the pick of Rick Smith and gets the foul. But you can see Reggie Miller's working so hard to get a shot.
Pippen blocks Jackson, but fouls him over the back.
Scottie Pippen was so concerned about Reggie Miller being on the other side. He wanted to force Jackson away. So he opened up Jackson's left hand, and Mark went right down the middle, and Scottie came over the top and fouled him.
Now, what we saw in the first half was when Chris Mullin could not get it going, Larry Bird wasted no time coming in with Derek McKee and Jalen Rose. So he's going to give Chris Mullin, I'm sure, a chance here, maybe to get some shots. But there is no tomorrow. This is an elimination game now.
The Pacers by 1 again. Market Square much quieter than it was throughout the first half. Miller trying to guard Jordan, but can't.
That's unbelievable. He faked and had no offensive rhythm at all and still faded back over 2 players and hit that shot. Michael has 21 to lead all scorers.
Miller leaning for the shot. No call there.
Reggie's got to get up and get back and play right now. Now's not a time to look at the referee because they had a breakaway on the other end had they gotten that. Now,
he was on his knees with his hands on his hips, glaring at the ref.
And when you're struggling like he's struggling right now, the officials know that he's not shooting the ball well, so they're not going to bail you out with any type of foul.
Miller is 1 for 9. Another Jordan jumper, and the same result. As he continues to sizzle, Miller is ice cold.
See, with this group right now, neither Reggie Miller or Chris Mullin are hitting, and they've become once again a perimeter team. They've got to try to get the ball inside.
To Davis this time, and it's Jordan who fouls him. Michael, though, meanwhile, is 9 of 13, while Miller is 1 of 9.
Watch this pump fake, Isaiah. Look at this, and then he gathers himself. Here comes Smith with the hand, and the great players get the great bounces. And in this time, he steps out and he squares him up. Reggie says, I'm going to give you some space. I'm going to give you the jump shot. Michael says, I'll take it, and he buries it.
And you know why it makes it look so easy is because his game is so complete, Doug. You know, when you're guarding a great offensive player, you have to honor every fake he gives you because he just might go that way. And with Jordan, you have to go for every move that he gives you. If not, then you step back and you give him the J. So when you're talking about Michael Jordan, his mindset is either I'm going to make the shot or I'm going to miss it, but you as a defender have nothing to do with it.
Again, 1 of 2 for Dale Davis. Mullin just went to the bench, replaced by Derek McKee.
See, now, Miller will guard Pippen, and they'll put McKee on Jordan, who's a little bit taller defender. So Scotty's going to take Reggie Miller into the post.
They are just abusing Reggie.
There's not going to be an off night. Whoever he's guarding, they're going to go right into the post against him. They did it the other night also.
Bulls by 4. Let's see if Smith can answer. He can.
See, Smith is on the move into the post. He's not fighting lonely. And when he's on the move, he can use his speed.
14 points on 7 of 7.
See, Scotty wants it in the post once again. He told Luke, get out of here.
Jordan fires a 3. It's just short. Smith takes the rebound flat-footed. Pacers can tie or take the lead with a 3.
And McKee really working hard in the post now. Scotty help. Mark Jackson will have the 3.
You called it, but he elects not to take it. It's Smith from the head of the circle. His first miss. McKee. Donaldson misses. Ball still loose and Harper has it. Now it's Pippen. Michael on his right. Kukoc on the drive. And Tony Kukoc gives Chicago a 4-point lead. He has 7.
He's a left-handed player, Isaiah. You got to push him back right. Dale Davis is letting him go to that strong hand.
Mark Jackson into the lane. And now Dale Davis will bring it back to Jackson. Against Kukoc. Davis with the jumper.
See, that's where you have to go. You started out the game with Smith and Davis. There were 9 or 10 from the field in the first half, and you got to come back out in the second half and establish that again. You can't come back out shooting Jays.
Davis has 14. It's Pippen finding Harper. Head fake, jumper, got it.
That's Harper's first field goal. He was 0 for 4 in the first half. He's now 1 for 5. Chicago in much better of an offensive rhythm in the third quarter than they were in the first half.
See, Indiana has to be disciplined enough right now to stay within their game plan. Establish Davis and Smith. Open up inside so you can free up the outside.
It's Davis wheeling on Kukoc, who fouled him. We'll be back to Market Square in a moment.
Go to the playoffs, NBA.com.
A revolution is in our destiny. A revolution not about countries or ideologies, but about knowledge and information networks that make computing more affordable. Where do we come in? We make the software that manages information that will enable anyone to sit at the seat of knowledge. Oracle, enabling the information age.
Beneath the skin exists a framework. Solid in design, resilient, and ready to give you the most exciting performance you may have ever had behind the wheel. Call 1-888-4A-GRAND-AM for an even closer look. It's excitement well built. The all-new 1999 Grand Am by Pontiac.
Miller Genuine Draft presents even more basketball.
Now, we talked about how Rick Smith has to be aggressive when he's playing at home, and he comes in and he establishes himself in the low post. He's 7 of 8 from the field right now, and he's really opened up his game inside. Reggie Miller hasn't caught fire yet. Smith is trying to keep him in a position, but Jordan is slowing him down. You see Reggie wasting a lot of energy trying to get open. But Reggie Miller is the type of player that if Rick Smith can keep him close at the end of the game, we know Miller can make big shots.
And in recognition of this look inside the game, Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. Let's check in with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Bob. During that timeout, Rick Carlisle, the assistant coach to Larry Bird, told Reggie Miller, square up, get your feet proper, no more off-balance shots. We'll get you a good shot. We'll keep giving you the ball, but don't take a bad shot off balance. Bob?
Here's the good news for the Pacers. The Bulls are now over the limit already with almost 5.5 minutes to play in the period, and the Pacers do not have a team foul yet. Every time Davis has gone to the line, if I recollect this correctly, he's made exactly 1 of 2.
You're right, he's 4 out of 8.
Loose ball scooped up by Miller. Jackson puts it behind the back to evade Pippen. McKee with contact against Michael Jordan, and Jordan's going to pick up the foul, which will be his second.
This is why you must get in the penalty early. And that's what's happened now. Indiana has got it going to the basket. Now they've got to convert on their free throws. In the first half, they were only 6 for 12. The Davises are a combined 5 for 12 now. That's not going to get it done in a close game.
And Doug, when you're in a penalty and you're in the bonus, your point guard must recognize that and make sure that you don't settle for jump shots and you keep attacking the basket, keep going to the basket, because Chicago Bulls have to make a decision. Are we going to foul you or give you the layup?
The Pacers once led by 10. They now trail by only 1. Still, it's hard to imagine them beating the Bulls while Reggie Miller shoots 1 of 9. He's got to give him something before it's over. McKee may have fouled over the back, reaching to deflect the pass out. That's what happened.
But so I'm sorry, Bob, you can see what's happening, though. They got McKee. Now he's shadowing Michael Jordan. It was Reggie Miller. They'll come in with Jalen Rose. They'll try to put a fresh body on him every 5 or 6 minutes. Hopefully they can make him human in the 4th quarter.
That was McKee's 3rd. Kukoc backing in. Fade away. Won't go. Smith takes the rebound. Jackson looks to push it up the floor, but Harper cuts him off. Smith from Davis. He was fouled from behind by Harper, but can't believe he couldn't complete it with the slam.
Well, you know what happened, Bob? He didn't know that Harper was behind him. Otherwise, he would have put 2 hands on the ball. He thought he was wide open. Kukoc takes himself out of the play. Smith's man's help. Now he thinks, I'm wide open. And Harper comes over and gets a piece of it. If you got 2 hands on that ball, it's a 3-point play.
You know, this game reminds me so much of game 3 and 4, when at the end of the 3rd quarter, Bird brought in Antonio Davis and Jalen Rose, and they thoroughly dominated the 3rd and the 4th quarter. Let's see if that happens tonight. You look at Smith and Davis right there. That's very important for the Indiana Pacers because they're establishing inside games. And what that allows Reggie Miller to do is get himself together. So if he's able, if the situation gets to the point where he has to make a big shot, he can.
Pacers have the lead. Rodman's in for Chicago. There's Dennis. As if he has to be pointed out. Jordan misses the 3. McKee cut off by Pippen.
Keep taking the ball inside. Make them foul you. Don't settle for the outside shot.
Looking for Smith. Jackson dribbles it on his foot. Foot race to the loose ball. Won by Pippen. To the hoop.
Those kind of plays just kill you as a coach, Bob. You got a chance maybe to go up 3, get a little bit of a spurt going. You turn the ball over, Pippen gets a layup.
See, Smith has to be smart right here. He's got to set the screen and slip right there. So he set the screen and he slipped because Longley's overplaying him. So he read the screen and he slipped right to the basket.
Isaiah, what you're talking about is when Miller comes off the screen, Luke Longley is so aware. Watch what he does. He loses contact with him, and Smith goes right to the basket. That's a nice play and a nice read. just the movement of Reggie Miller created that for Rick Smith.
And Smith must stay on the move, Doug, because he doesn't have the body strength to fight lonely inside. The first half he was successful because he stayed on the move.
Smith, in his 10th year out of Marist, made the All-Star team this season for the first time in his career.
And you notice Smith improving in every series. He'll start slow, but as the series goes on, he gets better and better because it takes him a while to figure out the defense underneath that teams are running against him.
He makes 1 of 2. The game is tied at 64.
Travis Best in now guarding Pippen. Will Pippen take him into the post, and they'll punish him in there?
He looks to do it. Now backs up to the side. It's Jordan. Quick turnaround. Michael Jordan gives Chicago the lead and gives himself 25 points.
And you see Jordan wearing that right side of the court out. The shots that he's made this quarter, most of them will come from that right side.
Miller in the lane. Tried to put it up with the left hand, and now the outlet pass is intercepted by Jordan. Here's Longley driving to the hoop, completing it, and coming to the line. Reggie Miller got so far under the basket, he tried to switch it to his left hand, and his shot hit the underside of the rim. Then the attempt at the saving pass back up top was picked off by Jordan, and that ignited this break.
You watch Reggie Miller coming off the screen, trying to make something happen. He loses the ball, and Derek McKee tries to save it out. Throws it to Jordan. Jordan is patient enough, reads the 3-on-1. Best comes over and fouls Longley.
Tickets can be yours. Go to Oldsmobile. Drive the intrigue. Move quickly.
Intrigue by Oldsmobile.
Drive the intrigue. See the movie.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that a Miller time can be anything you want as long as it feels good. By Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile retailers. And by Reebok, creating possibilities one athlete at a time.
Once again, we thank the folks at Goodyear and pilot Jim Maloney for the aerial shots of downtown Indianapolis.
It's been a tough night for Reggie Miller. Remember, he tried to draw a foul on a three-point shot leaning in. He got no call. And on this play, you're going to see him curl into the lane. And right now, he's seeking fouls rather than really concentrating on trying to make the field goal. He curls in there, and he's trying to throw himself into somebody here to get a foul, and really the Bulls just backed off. McKee threw the ball away, and it's a three-point play opportunity now for Luke Longley.
And Doug, when you're a shooter like Reggie Miller and you really haven't developed your post-up game, it's important for you right now to just slow down, take a deep breath, and use your screens better.
So Miller has been yanked, and we check in with Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Bob. Phil Jackson just told his team during that timeout that now's the time to put this team in a hole. He said the offense, everything works, just go ahead and execute. Defensively, very important. He said we must defend now with no fouls. Obviously alluding to the foul position that they're in. Bob?
Longley completes the three-point play. And we go over to Jim Gray.
Thank you, Bob. Well, he must have been reading Phil Jackson's mind, Larry Bird, because he said, guys, you've got to weather the storm right here. Don't get your heads down. Keep playing hard, and weather this run by them. Bob?
Travis Best saw his three rattle in and out. It's Michael back to work, this time on Rose. He draws a double team. Kukoc out top. Into the lane he goes. Dumps it off for Longley.
3-second violation.
3-second violation.
Now, Bob, at what point in time is Phil Jackson going to rest Michael Jordan? He's going to have to give him some rest. They only have a 5-point lead. He'd like to have a cushion going into that fourth quarter in Game 3 with an 8-point lead. He rested him, and the Pacers tied the game.
So you got Tony Kukoc guarding Dale Davis now. You got to put it into the post to him. Recognize your mismatches.
Longley out, Kerr in for Chicago. Rose for three. And Kukoc is there on the boards. His reputation for being soft has been changed somewhat in this series. He's taken some shots and stayed in. He's been more aggressive in all aspects of his play. Pippen tried to find Rodman. Dennis didn't see it coming.
See, Rodman's offensive mind is to rebound. It's not to shoot. It's only to screen and to rebound. So he's never looking to accept the ball for layup.
Antonio Davis draws a double. Best gets into the lane. Nifty pass to Dale Davis.
See, that's the Davis you got to go to because he's being guarded by Kukoc. Not Antonio Davis, but Dale Davis.
Does Travis Best know this is the Eastern Conference Finals elimination game? Whipped it behind the back.
Wow. Here's Michael. His pass deflected by McKee, but right to Pippen, who overshot it. Antonio Davis battling Rodman. Jump ball. Let's take another look at that great pass from Travis Best to Dale Davis.
Now you watch the guard penetration, and he gives him the up, behind my back. Did you see that? Dale Davis said, I got you, baby, for the two-handed slam dunk.
And Dale Davis now has 17.
Let's see if Phil Jackson's going to rest Michael here. Get the last minute and then the timeout. Actually, it's going to be Kukoc. A lot of times as a coach, you try to buy that last minute, and then you get the timeouts rest, maybe the first minute of the fourth quarter. Maybe you get 7 or 8 minutes rest, but only miss a minute and a half of the game.
Pacers win the tip. Antonio Davis against Rodman. And Indiana closes to within 1.
I'm surprised Rodman's trying not to get in front of him, Isaiah. Antonio Davis is alone down there.
The crowd's back in it, that's for sure. Kerr to Pippen. Deflected, recovered by Dale Davis, who somehow manages to stay in. Now it's Best. Stutter step to the hoop. Indiana has the lead.
Now Travis Best ran over the official Danny Crawford down there.
Pippen and a whistle. There's a Pacer foul with 7.3 on the clock, but they had a foul to give, and since it came before Pippen could launch a shot, in fact, they have multiple fouls to give. It's only their 4th of the period. But they're first in the last 2 minutes. So should they commit one in the next 7.3 seconds, the Bulls would be at the line. As it is, they put it into the side. Burrell with the left hand rejected. Rose heaves it at the other end. Over the backboard, but the period ends with the Pacers rallying back to take the lead at 70-69. And we're back. After these words from your local station, you're watching the NBA on NBC. Beep, beep.
With its unique White Track design, the White Track Grand Prix Sports Sedan provides better cornering and control when you're out for a bite. The White Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Whiter is better.
Your day just never seems to start until you make one important stop.
How's it going?
Good.
How you doing?
Doing good now. Did somebody say McDonald's?
What a day. Couldn't be better.
This is where I go after school. There's always someone here to give advice and encouragement, and you never know who's going to show up.
I know you're worried about that math test, so study hard and do your best, okay?
Whether shooting pool or helping with problems, having someone there for us really makes a difference.
Everyone wins when you volunteer. Team up to improve your community.
Jay's got John Lithgow and Famke Janssen. NBC tonight.
With a $3.99 a month lease, it's never been easier to get your hands on a Catera. But be forewarned, once you've experienced Catera's European performance and world-class luxury, you may never want to let go.
Don't let go.
Catera, it's the caddy that zigs. See your authorized Cadillac Catera dealer today.
Sit down with me after the game for playoff highlights.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Spurts at the ends of quarters. How important have they been? Indiana had a 10-point lead late in the first half. Chicago closed on a 7-0 run, trailed by only 3 at halftime. Then eventually took a lead. That lead was at 5 in the closing moments of the third quarter, but Indiana ends that quarter on a 6-0 run and leads by 1. The fourth quarter will begin with Michael Jordan taking that breather you talked about, Doug.
Well, he and Scotty played the entire third quarter. Tony Kukoc 11 of the 12 minutes. 4 bench players right now for the Indiana Pacers. They must make a push and get some cushion with Michael sitting down.
Here is Miller. Travis Best missed that time, but he's certainly not afraid. He's not intimidated. That ball almost wound up in the basket. Poked away, and now Travis Best comes up with a steal. Miller gives it up. If he was having a better shooting night, I'm pretty sure he would have taken that open 3. Here's Antonio Davis, and it spills out for him. Zeke, it looked to me like Miller had a shot and didn't want it.
Well, he's very indecisive right now, but as this game continues, he'll get his rhythm back.
It's getting late. Kukoc Kukoc wants a three. He was fouled, and he's going to shoot 3 free throws. Number 2 on Antonio Davis. Don't forget, tomorrow at 3 Eastern, NBC begins its coverage of the French Open from Paris. 3rd round action. Michael Chang, women's number 2 seed Lindsay Davenport, and Serena Williams, Venus's younger sister, will be our featured matches. That's tomorrow at 3 Eastern, French Open on NBC. Big American Day in France tomorrow. Number of the featured competitors.
See, that's a big turnaround. Instead of Antonio Davis scoring that layup and going up 3, you foul Tony Kukoc shooting a 3. He gets 3 free throws, gives a chance to give the Bulls a 2-point lead. And as long as they stay in the lead, it gives Phil Jackson time to rest Michael Jordan so he can have a big finish. The free throw line, the Bulls have been unbelievable tonight. 18 out of 20 now.
And Doug, I think another interesting point to watch is to see how long Rick Smith stays out of this ball game, because he's 7 or 8 from the field, and he's really established himself in the low post.
Kukoc fouled Davis.
See, Davis and Smith have really been giving the Bulls problems. Those two combined tonight are 13 of 15 from the field. So you want to keep exploiting those two matchups.
That's 4 on Kukoc. And Phil Jackson gets him out of there with Ron Harper coming back in.
Well, really, the only primary scorer right now Chicago has is Scottie Pippen. They have Harper, Rodman, Burrell, and Kerr on the floor.
Here's Rose. Jumper over Burrell.
Let it go, let it go.
And the ball out of bounds to Indiana.
Now, with Dale Davis and Antonio Davis in the game together, with the Bulls' smaller lineup, they should be able to control and dominate the glass.
They got to get shots up, and then if they miss, they got to get them back. Just like that. Give yourself multiple shots.
Miller gave it up to Dale Davis. Harper got a piece of it. It's out of bounds off Chicago, but they deny Davis the easy 2.
See, that's when speed becomes a factor. You see Dale Davis much bigger and much stronger, but Burrell jumped at him so fast that it threw him off balance.
Here's Best. Miller, who's 1 of 11 from the floor. Rose on the move. And he was fouled. He'll come to the line with a chance to tie it with 10:27 remaining. The foul is on Burrell. That's his 4th.
Isaiah, if we would have talked today and said Reggie Miller would have been 1 for 11 in this game tonight, and Jalen Rose would be at the line with 10:27 to go with a chance to tie this game, I don't think we would have believed that.
Well, Dale Davis has taken up part of the slack, equaling his personal playoff high with 17 points tonight.
Well, he's missed free throws. Indiana is shooting 78% in this series against Chicago tonight. It's been the free throw line that's been the story for the Chicago Bulls.
Rose can't capitalize on the chance to tie it. Still Chicago by 2. Here's Scottie Pippen against Antonio Davis, who fouled Scottie. That's 3 on Davis. Both the Pacers and Bulls with 2 team fouls. Chicago ball from the side. Rodman takes a hook. Why, we'll never know. Rebound Davis.
They got to set some screens for Reggie Miller so he can get a shot up, and the Davis boys can play on that offensive glass.
Nice pass inside from Antonio to Dale. Harper on the move, followed by Rodman just as it came off the rim. He trots back the other way, grinning from ear to ear.
See, Antonio Davis went to help, which left Rodman open for the offensive putback.
Miller. There it is. A three for Reggie, just his second field goal.
See, he's too good a shooter to stay in the slump, particularly in a game like this.
I think you're going to see Phil Jackson call a timeout here to get Michael Jordan back in the game with this possession. That's a big shot for Reggie. He's going to try to quell the momentum of this home crowd.
Pacers by a point.
If necessary, Game 7, Sunday night at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific on NBC.
Due to popular demand, we've extended the Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event to Memorial Day and beyond, which means we've extended our incredible 1.9% APR financing on the quality and craftsmanship of the new Nissan Altima 1.9. Get down to your Nissan retailer now and spend Memorial Day and beyond somewhere really fun. In the new Altima, you can still get with 1.9% APR. The extended Nissan Pre-Memorial Day event at your Nissan